Hi, Grace. Whoops. Welcome in. Thanks for the lurk, I guess. Yeah, I did program something stupid. Welcome in. Don't mind that. Yeah, that was another emote. Whoops. You need to pay import tax. You need to click below at the redeem. There's a redeem that says pay emote import tax. Then unlocks whatever the next emote you use is. Yeah. So how long's the break still? A minute. So let's do this. In the meantime, I will do this. So so about yeah. Or maybe I should make a thing where someone can, like, you know, pay for a round of emotes so that everybody else who's in chat right now can redeem one for free or something like that. That would be a fun one. I'm not paying tariffs. Well, then you're not using modes. You can use my emotes, those are free. Or you can. Hey, thanks for paying the import tax. So, and with that, welcome in everyone. Oh, my cam froze. Ah, cool. Hold up. I have a button. I have a button to fix that. There we go. Welcome in everyone. Ah, damn it. Why does it always happen? Anyways, welcome. Unemployed, so I canceled all my subs. Yeah, that sucks. But yeah, welcome. Yeah, so I gotta finish this though. You can go the black market route though. You can still use 7TV emotes because I can't filter out those. So there is a black market if you wanna go and use that. I don't know which 7TV emotes we have though. I did add quite a lot of them, but like I'm sure I've missed some common ones. Yeah, that worked. Why did that not show up in that chat? Yeah, and now you've got that one unlocked. You're missing a ton? Oh. Well, feel free to just, like, I don't know, spam whatever ones you find that I should have, and I'll just add them. So. Now that's done. And, oh yeah, I'm not even wearing my keychain thingy. Also, why did that chat freeze? Like my built-in, okay, I've got chat open in like 3 different windows, and my built-in OBS one just like didn't show the last like 3 chat messages or more. No, more. It's just not reacting. Huh, interesting. That's a new bug. Well, guess I'm looking at the other one. That one doesn't have 7TV emotes anyway, so like, not missing a lot. So. Let me go and do the thingies. Oh god. Oh yeah, also, if you haven't noticed, that thing is green again. I fixed that problem, and with I fixed that, I mean I just tried over and over again, and at some point it worked. I still don't know why that didn't work. But like once it worked with one of the microcontrollers, it worked with both of them. I don't know why it stopped working. I don't know why I couldn't get it to start working again, but at some point it just worked. I don't know. Doesn't make sense. So, where do we go with this? Julian Moring. Short, maybe? I no, like the problem was it couldn't connect to my Wi-Fi anymore, and like none of the ways that it in theory should connect to my Wi-Fi worked. Like in theory, like first of all, one of them was already set up, and that one just lost connection to my Wi-Fi. Then when I went through the setup again with the same ESP, I think an ESP 8266 or whatever, it just like didn't open up the page that allowed me to connect to any Wi-Fi. And when I kind of found a weird combination of buttons to press to get me to that page, like sometimes it didn't show my Wi-Fi, and like then manually entering the name and password didn't work. And sometimes it did show my Wi-Fi, and then entering the password also didn't work. Yeah, and so I tried on a different PC. I tried different ESP32 I had lying around. Same result for everything. But then, like the next day, I tried again off stream, and it also didn't work. And then, like yesterday, I tried again, and then it did work. I'm not entirely sure what fixed it in the end, because I tried a different browser. Like previously, I tried Chrome on a Windows 10 machine and Chrome on a Windows 11 machine. And on the attempt that finally worked, I tried on Opera GX. At what point was the router power cycled? At no point. I did think that that was the issue, but that wouldn't have made sense in the end. Like because I tried it on stream, I was like, okay, I can't just power cycle the router. And I was at some point convinced that power cycling the router would solve the problem. But later off stream, I realized, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Because the problem I had wasn't that I can't connect to the router necessarily. The problem was that I couldn't even get into the menu that allows me to connect to the router. Yeah, during stream that wouldn't work. Yeah. But like even off stream, then like I was like, oh, maybe I should power cycle the router, and then I was like, no, wait, actually that does not make sense. Because like if I could, I paid them extortion, I tell you. Yeah, it's 10 points per emote. You need to unlock all of the emotes individually. Yeah. Like that one, the LOL emote, that one was, you tried to smuggle that one across the border. That is genuinely one of the stupidest things I've ever programmed, I think. I'm not sure if I want to keep that around long term, but like for a couple of streams, it's kind of funny. Also, I realized last time that maybe 60 seconds of an exemption after the raid isn't long enough. Because like I assumed after 60 seconds it would be like, okay, everybody's settled in and everything. But then like I think last time we got a raid, the streamer came in like later than those 60 seconds and immediately got hit with the delete. I've actually seen power cycling the router fix a single device suddenly being weird with connecting a cellular to a team. Yeah, that might need to extend that slide. Yeah, maybe. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. And I was also like thinking that might be happening, or like that would help. But yeah, in that case, it didn't make sense because I couldn't get to the page that would allow me to set up the Wi-Fi reliably. So like it was clearly a different core issue. Like maybe that could have solved it with, yeah. Maybe it could have solved it in some way, but like there was clearly something else wrong with it. So rate timer. So sleep, let's say 3 minutes. And let me restart that. And there we go. Yeah. But other than that, what did I want to say? Yeah, I don't know. But then, like, yesterday, I just, like, took the microcontroller, I tried it with Opera GX, and also I just, like, after flashing the firmware, I just let it sit there for a while, and then it just worked. Not sure if it was Opera GX that fixed it, or letting it sit there, or something else, or maybe it was just a temporary thing that had something to do with the firmware, like maybe they had some certificate issue or whatever. I don't know. That would be weird if that was the case. But like, yeah, I don't know what the case was, but it's working now. Yeah. But I have so many ideas with those LED strips, what I want to do, but like I can't be bothered to like look up the proper way to do anything. Hopefully it behaves for the foreseeable future. Yeah, that would be great. Like it did work quite a long time until it just lost connection for no reason once. No clue what was up with that. But yeah, like what was it? This thing. This animation thing. Why is it so laggy? Huh? That's not smooth. That's weird. What the fuck? Like it should be like a smooth snake animation thing. But like it's like stuck there and then like catching up and then what the fuck? Nope. Yeah. I don't know what's wrong with that. I've just found a new issue. Welcome in, Cyrus. How is it going? Yeah. But like in general, that animation thingy, the way I solved that is apparently not a good way to solve that. And hot but fine. Yep, that sounds about right. Um. Uh, uh, you know what? I'm just not gonna click either of those buttons. Why is there an OBS crash on my screen? 18:15. 10 minutes ago. Wait, how long have I been live? Was it live right at the beginning? Somewhat. Hold up. Is that... Wait, let me check something. Maybe that's just the chat. I think that might be when the chat window froze, because like if we go here, that chat window is like not updating, but like everything else is still working, I think. Oh, also that is incorrect. Okay, so the panels seem to be wrong. But other than that, it seems everything works. So I guess we just ignore that. 15 minutes? Isn't it more? Yeah, 15. Okay, actually 15 minutes seems about right. How long ago was that? 15. That was 12 minutes ago. I don't know. So, yeah. I mean, I'm not entirely surprised that something crashed, because I'm once again trying something new. Like, Twitch now has like dual streaming thingy where like you can do like the normal horizontal stream and vertical stream as well. I tried this out this time, but that seems to be working. Like, not very spectacular because it's literally just my cam because I didn't set up any scene. I just, like, press the button to dual stream and, like, whatever what I last set a long time ago is whatever you see now. But in theory, it's working. Yeah. Not sure if that's connected to that at all. It's definitely a weird bug that's happening because it's like the OBS thingies that have something to do with Twitch. That's what crashed, I think. Like the Twitch stats thing that showed me my uptime shows like 1 minute. Twitch chat is frozen. But like everything actual technical, not working. Everything technical, not affected. Perfectly working. No clue what that's about. So let's just not click any of the buttons and fix that after stream or something. But it seems all of the streams are working. Oh, while we're at it. Everything technical, not affected. Okay, YouTube does not have music. That's good. That is good. Because sometimes, for some reason, it does have the music in there, even though it shouldn't have. And the way I fix that is just restarting the YouTube stream without changing any of the settings. Yeah, I don't know. The good thing is that one time that my stream was terminated for it, I did not get a second copyright warning, so I did not get a strike. Yeah, that's that. So, it is getting quite warm now, though. Like, I'm quite happy with my room here because I'm in, like, not the top floor anymore. Like, my previous flat was top floor, south side, with no, like, taller building across the street or anything that would block any of the sun, so it was literally just a convection oven. Or, like, no, it was a normal oven, and if I opened up the window, then it was a convection oven. It was, like, 200 degrees centigrade, and if I opened the window, it was 180 degrees, but the air was flowing around me. But now, here it's actually kind of cool. Like, today is like the first day that I'm like in my room and I'm like, oh, it's getting kind of warm. Because like previously it was always like I had pretty much the inverse problem of like everybody else currently. Like everyone else is like, okay, it's way too hot. My problem was my room was rather cool. So when I went outside, I was like, oh, let me put on a sweater. And then I go outside and it's like 30 plus degrees. And like sunshine. And yeah, not a good time. Like once, I think I've told this story like 5 times or so by now on stream. Like once I went outside to go grab groceries, just like, 10-minute walk or something. And like, I put on a sweater because in my room it was nice and cool. And then by the time I was like outside for like 3 minutes or something, I finally noticed like it's very warm. Like extraordinarily warm. And at that point I was like, okay, I could take off the sweater, but if I do that, I will instantly be sunburned because obviously I didn't put on sunscreen because I didn't think it was gonna be warm. So yeah, now I just check my phone for what the weather is outside whenever I go outside. It is supposed to be 33 to 36 for me over the next 30 days. Oh shit, that's terrible. Wait, what's the weather? Oh yeah, that's similar to what we have. Oh, that's very much what we have. It says 33 right now, with a peak of 35 today. And then it's gonna cool down like 2 degrees or something over the next couple of days. And next Sunday it's gonna be 37. Fun. Yeah. The weather is painful. Oh no. Very 07. 07 for cam. Oh. Thank you. I need to find a better solution for that. Because the thing is, whenever I touch any of the cables, then things go wrong. Because my setup here is basically I do have a KVM switch, but I stopped using it because I thought that was like the main problem. I guess it's only like a contributing problem. I'm not entirely sure what causes the problem, but basically what I've got going on is like a singular cable going from my desk down to my PC where like everything goes in, like the mic and headphones thingy, the webcam, what else? Oh yeah, the thing, my stream controller thing, and something else. What is that? A cable that goes nowhere. And that killed the cam again. Yeah, and whenever anything touches that, the cam freezes immediately. Which is weird because like the headphones don't do anything, which are connected to the same thing. Huh? I guess because the cam needs like more like bit rates and stuff, it's probably not happy about that. Maybe I throw just the cam on the KVM, or like just the cam on the extension and everything else on the KVM, and then the cam has like more bitrate. you need to get the text. Yeah, the solution to everything. Just get an intern that fixes everything for you. The problem is I'm the intern. Like I'm both the streamer and the intern. That just doesn't work. I need some separation of like jobs. What's that? Task separation is also not the right thing. I don't know. It just doesn't work. I'm being overworked here. Also, it's getting really warm now. Don't I have a fan somewhere? Hold on. Separation of duties. Yes, exactly. Thank you. So. So. Gotta delegate a bit. Yeah. Gotta find someone to delegate jobs to. Oh well. So. That's better. And I think I can position that outside of the... Yeah. Outside of the, like, mic. Like, I can position the mic outside of the wind flow, so that shouldn't cause too much wind here. Yeah. In total, I feel like my setup here could be better. Because, okay, I haven't finished, like, explaining what the problem here is. I have, like, this singular, like, extension cable that's, like, very old going down to the PC because I thought, like, the KVM had a fault. And so instead now I have like a 4-way USB splitter thing. And that like goes into the very old extension, and whenever it gets touched in any way, then the cam loses connection. Oh, also welcome in V-Gaze. How's it going? I remember that name. I forgot what I was streaming when you last came in here. But I do remember the name. It was either Trickmania in the last stream or a KSP stream, I think. I might be wrong. Anyways, welcome in. How's your day going? Are you also dying to the heat? Also, I just... No, don't do anything. Like, just before the stream, I realized I can do a thing that would make my life easier. I've got a tablet. I can just like put chat on the tablet so I don't always have to like juggle around where chat is. So, but like which chat do I use? Do I use Chatarino or do I use the StreamerBot thing? StreamerBot has... Oh. While I'm saying, StreamerBot also has YouTube chat in there, which is good. Except I don't have it open right now. Okay, doesn't matter. YouTube chat is silent as always. I think I missed all of the shorts from last week. I think I missed uploading all of the shorts last week. I don't remember either, but I've been here a couple of times. Oh yeah, nice. Oh, Simon for YouTube. Yeah. I uploaded like 2 3. Uploaded 2 from the festival. And then 1 more for KSP, I think. Is that correct? And then, like, yesterday I missed uploading something, and today as well. Yeah. 23rd of May. And then 16th of June, 17th of June, 18th of June, and 19th of June. Oh, wait, I did 2 KSP shorts recently. Like 2 from concerts over the weekend, and then 2 KSP shorts. And then I forgot about it again. I will make one after the stream for tomorrow. Been on the socials so little lately, I haven't seen them. I've been reading a song. Oh, good for you. Genuinely. So, I think I'll do Streamabot. Let me install this. Okay, the problem. I've solved the problem by creating another problem. If I have Stream Chat on here, where do I place this? I guess there's kind of space here if I clean up a little bit. Yeah. Download. Oh shit, then I need to log into everything again. Should I do that off stream? Nah. I don't know what to do anyway, so let's just do it on stream. I finished 8 books since mid-April. That's 2 months. Damn, that's like 4 books a month. That's a book a week. I don't think I've finished 8 books in my life. Wait, which books can I think of that I finished? The first one of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I started the second one but didn't finish it. And my camera froze. When did my camera freeze? Damn it. Hold on. At least I've got a button to refresh it now. A lot of them are 600 or 700 pages. That seems like quite a lot. Wait, I don't have a good frame of reference anymore, but like I would have said like around 400 pages or so in a book. How many pages does Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy have? How many pages Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Between 180 and 224. Okay. The entire 5-book series has 800 pages. Alright. Nice. Right. I wanted to install it opened the thing. Downloads. Well, there's a lot of DLL files. Where's the exe? What? Hold up. But yeah, I really need to like start reading again because like there's a couple of books that I really wanted to read. There is, well, first of all, the rest of the Hitchhiker's Guides books. Like I only finished the first one and then got like halfway through on the second one before I forgot about it. So I probably need to restart on the first one to remember what everything was about. And also because I feel like rereading that would also be acceptable. Have Goodreads if you start. I feel like I need to get through the ones that I already bought first. Like I got that one, then I got Humble Pie, the one by the YouTuber and mathematician Matt Parker. That also seems like something I would enjoy. Like it's like about mistakes, like famous math mistakes that are like humorous. Oh no. Like basically explaining like how people have fucked up in terms of maths and why it's funny. Like not necessarily why it's funny, but like making a comedy book out of it. You have a copy of Streamabot already running. Then open it. Hello? Like, nope, don't. I don't like touch screens. Give me a mouse. Oh, it's opening. All right. No, like Goodreads is a book social media. Yeah, I think I know that. They can track what you're reading. Yeah, I think I've heard of that. But like what I'm saying is it doesn't help. Recommendations don't really help me when I already got like 4 books lying around that I wanted to read. I've got 2 more that I wanted, or like at least 1 more. Which other books did I have that I wanted to read? Do I have them lying around here? I don't know. I don't know. At some point, I also wanted to read Atomic Habits because one of my old flatmates had it and was like, "Oh, it's a really good book. You should read it." And I was like, "Oh, cool. I'll borrow it at some point." And that was like a couple years ago. I have. Oh well, wait. I have put it off so long that I don't even live there anymore. I can still borrow that book though. If I ever want to read it. So, log in. Shit, I don't have my. I know my credentials off the top of my dome. Am I logged in here? Probably not. It's fair, but it can help organize when you want to read. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. I have that floating around somewhere. Yep. Okay. It does have the credentials saved at least, but I will need 2-factor I can't talk. 2-factor authentication. I think that was it. Me like show that. So. Thanks for paying the import tax. If you had a tablet or similar device, then read then on wait up. You read then on there's always EPUBs. Yeah. Read them on there's always EPUBs. Yeah. I don't know. I don't particularly like reading on digital on like screens. For like books, I do prefer the physical thing. Website isn't reachable. Did it work? Am I logged in? No? The fuck? The fuck? Authorize. Not what? Weird. Things going wrong. Yeah, but I don't know. For some reason, I don't enjoy reading long things on screens. I don't know. Which is weird because like I'm looking at screens all day, every day. You sure? I don't want to. Okay, nice. That worked. I need to also log into YouTube. Agree. Broadcast. Do that. Oh, and also I need to charge this thing. Get that? I got a Kindle, which made a huge difference. Yeah, I've heard that like Kindles are like closer to books than like phones or tablets or something. Huge difference taking the paperwhite screen. Prefer physical, but I'm reading so much so far. Right now I would be broke just from books. Oh yeah, books are expensive. Like if you buy all of them, I guess libraries would be a good idea if you can be bothered going there. Why are you loading? Oh, reload. This. Yeah. But the thing is, whenever I wanna like start reading, I'm always kind of like got in the back of my mind, oh, if I do want to read something, then I should probably like read something for university rather than like fiction. Because something in my brain kind of sets those equal, even though I know that that's a false equilibrium. Because like reading is like free time stuff, and reading for university is job stuff. So like that's kind of like a false equivalence. Can you like do this? Yeah. But like I don't know, somehow my brain short circuits there and like just doesn't. It just says, nope, might as well read something useful, and then I don't. Because I don't want to read something useful right now. Read for you wheel, you would otherwise be scrolling or doing other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So like, I'm like, oh, I want to read this right now. But like, I might, if I want to read something, then I might as well read something useful. But I don't want to read something useful right now, so I might just go back to my phone and scrolling. Yeah, cursed. Yes, log in. Alright. Not reachable. Like, am I logged in? Are you working? You are working. Alright, and if I now open chat here, then it's frozen. Ah, yes. The choice of using the cheapest tablet you could find 7 years ago. What is that? 6.5 years ago. Yeah. Fair enough. Yep. Oh. Are you working now? That's an emote you don't have. Wait, I don't have. I can't? Wait, what? I thought it just didn't. Oh, yeah. What the fuck? I thought it just didn't show because I was in the wrong chat. Add to here. Confirm. Now I should have it. That's weird. Why didn't I have that? Okay. Testing. Ah, nice. Now it works. So now I have a screen with chat on it in front of me. I don't need to have a screen. Or like, so I don't need to juggle chat between two screens and like games and whatever. That said, when I'm just chatting, then I don't have anything else I need to have open, so that's kind of useless. But now I have the capabilities. Or when I'm gaming and doing stuff on the second screen, or especially when like programming, because then I can have like programming, documentation, chat. That's useful. Yeah. When was the last time I actually properly read a book? I know the last. Okay. I know when the documentation being up there is so real. Yeah, because like that was exactly the problem we had last time basically when we programmed the import text, because I did it on stream, and so I just like had to constantly like shift, have documentation on screen so you can see what I'm reading, throw it over to the second screen so that I can still have it open while I'm programming. But then I'm programming here, I've got documentation here, where is chat? And so I had to constantly like juggle that around, and yeah, it's much better to have like a separate screen for that. But I don't have a third screen. And also I can't connect another screen to my laptop, because my laptop only has an HDMI out, and the USB-C it has isn't the Thunderbolt one, so I can't connect a monitor to that. Like that's the main problem. I guess space is also. I could fit another screen there if I really wanted to. Like maybe a vertical one. I don't know, but like I guess the tablet is a good solution. Yeah. I remember the last time I remember reading a book was on like my graduation holiday, because the thing, so in Austria, when you graduate from high school, it's like tradition that you and your mates go on holiday somewhere, kinda. Like not everybody does it, and like you can do it in tons of different ways, but like the way we did it was like all 10 guys from our class just rented a villa in Croatia for a week. Like, I think for 10 days even. And yeah, I remember reading the second Hitchhiker's Guide book there, but like only till like midway through or something. I did that for like 30 minutes. The rest of it was just like, you know, classic holiday stuff, but like for 30 minutes or something, I was reading. And that's the last time I remember reading anything. And that has been 7 years ago. I don't know. I mean, obviously, like university, like textbooks, of course, but like, you know, just reading for the sake of it. I think there might have been like short sessions of where I was like, oh, I want to read this book. I read 10 pages of this book and then put it away and never touch it again. I think I had a couple of those in there as well. But no like proper attempt at finishing a book. Yeah. Also, now, like, I really want to finish the Hitchhiker's Guide series. And I think I've bought the first 3 of them out of the 5. And as I said, I already finished the first one and partially started the second one. But the thing is, now that's so long ago that I don't really remember anything. So I feel like I should start from the first one. But at the same time, starting from the first one feels like a waste of time because I've been through that already. So like, yeah, I should start over. But starting over feels weird because, you know, I've done it before. So, It's one of those weird situations where like I'm kind of blocking myself from doing something because I want to do it right, but doing it right requires effort and I don't want to put in effort. Yeah. Alright, let me sit down. Yeah. I'm always scared when moving this table around because of the LED strip behind the monitor. Oh yeah, also I wanted to try putting the LED strip in the background instead of like next to me. I bet you will realize you don't remember a lot of it, Ergo Not a Waste. Yeah, I definitely don't remember anything of it. I remember that like I guess kind of a bit of an outline, but like all of the details are so weird anyways that I didn't understand it when I read it. Because like, oh, what was there? Like the ship is kind of powered by an uncertainty drive, so it always does weird things and causes weird glitches, or something along those lines. I don't remember. Also, like one of the main characters, Safu Beeblebrox or whatever he was called, like the way he was described in the book was very different than what I saw in the movie later on. And so I was like, oh, did I just misunderstand the description? Or is that a way that the description... Like, does the description from the book fit the movie? Or did they change it for the movie? And I'm still not sure about that. Like, whether the description from the book fits there and I just imagined it a different way. Because like there's the whole having 2 heads thing, or like 2 faces or some. I don't remember exactly, but like the way they have it in the movie is like normal head, and then the head kind of flips up, and there is another head here. But I think the way I imagined it when reading the books was more Voldemort-like, so that like there's a face on the other side of the head, or like a second head. I don't remember how I imagined it, but like not the way it was in the books, not the way it was in the movies. Movie. Is there multiple? There's probably multiple. A friend I've been nerding out on books with is literally rereading all 5 of the books in the series for number 6 coming out, having only read them 2 years ago. Number 6 coming out? I'm pretty sure Douglas Adams is not alive anymore. Who is writing the 6th one? Or is it just like notes that Oh, okay, different series. Never mind. Ah, okay, I interpreted that as... Oh, in a series for... Okay, okay, I understand. I understand now. So... Mm-hmm. Also, let me skip this. Ooh, Offspring, cool. Mm-hmm. Why is that she read those way more recently? Ah, nice. Hey, Maya, how's it going? Gotta drive by the look. Drive safely, don't crash. Yeah, don't look and chat and stuff. Podcast mode is the way to go. If anything at all. Yeah. Yeah. Where was I? Yeah, right. At some point I was also mentioning that like I want to like move these to like maybe back there. The thinking is kind of the way it's looking currently is just like it's mostly white light with like a little bit of like light green coloring and not like very, you know, I want to say satisfied. No, that's not the right word. Not a very saturated green that I'm kind of searching for, because like this is like green, but it looks like kind of white green. Like because it, you know, there's white light coming from there, and I wanna have like white light in my face because you need to see me. Because like if I turn these off, that's just far away. It doesn't have a remote. Like this is weird. Yeah. So like it feels like there needs to be some white light in my face, but also like the way it's set up right now, this just is washed out kinda. So I'm thinking like maybe if I put the green back there, then you just have like a green background, like a purely green background, and like white coming from the front. I don't know. I mean, we might just try it. Anyways, what did I? Kicking your brain in the shins until it lets go of the waste of time notion. Yep, that's a good one. Yep. Please continue. Wait, I don't even know where my books... I think I brought like 1 or 2 books here, but I don't remember if it was the first two thingy. The first 2 Hitchhiker's Guide books. I think I've got 2 books here. Where did I... Somewhere. Are they over there? No. I don't know where they are. Gotta pick up something wrong in his... Oh, like we could hang out and game after, and I'm like, maybe why is this not? Yeah, that seems difficult to navigate. Yeah. Just say no. Okay. Yeah, Grace is a little more direct in that one. Yeah. Sounds like a good option. I'm desperate for group ranges, but yeah, I'm gonna try to be good. Looks kind of teal with light on. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I guess if I knew stuff about color theory, I might be able to compensate. But now if I'm thinking about it, no, right? Because like it looks washed out because there's too much white light, but I can't subtract white light from it, because that just means turning it down further, and then it becomes less green, and then less green isn't more green. I want more green. That's the white balance on the camera, right? Probably as well. But I have no idea how to do color correction. Like at some point I tried a little. Like wait, I can... Where's the thing? I can like check. That's not the right thing. Here. Did I put the filters on here? Yeah. Like that's with color correction, and that's like the pure signal. I feel like... Well, I don't know what I'm doing, but like that's... I like that it's like way darker. Like this just feels washed out in general. It's like way darker, and also like the green shines through more. And my tablet turned off. Always practice enforcing your boundaries and telling no while hanging, but staying out of the situation entirely is better than do that. Yeah, 100%. Listen to Grace. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know if like color correction can help here. Make it look more green while... Okay, wait. Hold on. Ah, this doesn't make... Wait. Yeah. I don't know what like most of these things do. Gamma is like... Gamma channel kind of like brightness, but also like more washed out if you increase it. Contrast makes things more different. Brightness makes things more bright. Saturation kind of similar to like contrast and gamma, but like not really. Hue shift is just trolling. Opacity is, you know, opacity, fair enough. Color multiply and color add, those two just confuse me. Like, should I use that for anything, or is that also like kind of hue shift thing where it's like very specific use cases, but other than that, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know. I fiddled around with some of these settings, and as you can see, I've had multiple attempts. Like this one is way darker. Yeah, but I feel like just like the placement of the LEDs is probably like the main thing I should change. I mean, we can try while we're at it. This should be relatively simple to do. I'm just... Where do I place it? Let's first prepare a space. That's stuff on the floor. Okay, so there's stuff on the floor everywhere, but we can fix this. I'll just take one of these stands, leave it there, put the other one somewhere there, and like put it across. Not ideal. Ideally, I'd want to have it like in the air somewhere, out of frame-ish. But let's just try. Let's just try what that would look like. That's sketchy. No idea if you can hear me. Wait, can you? No. Everything set up. I just need to restart the program so that it becomes green. Is that better? Maybe I need like what's it called? These like frosted tubes that like kind of disperse the light rather than, you know, it being directly green thing. Or maybe I put this pillar further there, and this pillar maybe like further up front here, so that like this part is also green. I don't really want to put it across my bed. Oh, also the reason I extended those is because I was like, oh, then like it's further up and everything, but then I realized I don't have any way to mount it up there. Like there, like at the middle point, there's like a thing to like tighten the thing so you can like extend it further. And like that, it's just rested on that now. Chips facing the wall should help. The ones facing the camera appear just white. Yeah. We can kinda... Wait. If I grab a couple of tissues, we can simulate what that would be like. Like, not at all, but like, just imagine. Maybe. Maybe we need stuff like that. Wait, just grab that pillar and push it over there. I could also like go and like reduce brightness. If I reduce the brightness, does that help? Like if I, let's say 100 instead of 255. Yeah, a diffuser would help. That would be the solution. That just looks the same. I'm not sure if the brightness setting actually does anything here. Wait, if I set it to 0 and nothing changes, then I will know. Okay, so it does something. If I set it to 25 would be 10%. Alright, that does look less bright. But it still looks just white if you look at it. If you look at the direct one. Yeah, ideally they would just be out of frame. That's just the way this goes. I'm thinking... really get them out of frame there. I have a power plug over there somewhere. Hold up. Let me search. Just making them face the wall should have a good effect. Yeah, the problem is it's just like a strip. I don't want to manually like turn them all individually. That just doesn't seem effective. Like it seems it's too easy for it to like change back. I don't know, maybe I just need diffusers. But is that better than just having it tangle up here at the front? It just also looks teal. I don't think we solved any problem with that. I might just undo that. Let me go and grab him real quick. And up there. I should maybe probably print out some signals. Yeah, I could. If I be hopefully. Here. Also, like, adjust the individual sections. Hold on. If I go. That just looks very white. It does not look green at all. Orange, restart the thing. I feel like that's better. This end is kind of the problem. I would like that to be like out of frame. There's nothing I could like attach it to. If I could pop that like this, it would be cool. Do I just duct tape it to the wall? Wait, hold on. I have an idea. If I put it down like... Oh, what? Not a good idea particularly. A little bit more. feels like I'm using strip on this. Maybe that'll hold. So is that better? Kinda. So what I've done is I've grabbed the end here and like tied it around the panel light over there. And like right now the desk is at its slowest setting. So if I put it higher up, then it should, then it's just in my way when looking at the laptop screen. But it's not breaking anything. It's not great though. Is that better than at the beginning? Is that better than it was at the beginning, or have I just gone in circles? Also, wait, I'm missing chat. Oh. TV from the last. Oh, them. About the same. Okay, wait. Comparing from like at the beginning to now. It's a little greener, no? Like we don't have the green thing. It doesn't really do anything. Hold up, there's one thing I can still do. I can increase the power. Wait, that should be rated for more power, right? Well, one of them already exploded, so I wouldn't trust that, but yes, it's rated for like twice the amount of power that I'm currently set it to. It blue shifts a bit, so maybe make it more of an acid green times ball yellow. Looks more green on stream. Hold up. Hold up. If I close this and instead control it via this. Let me look at the cam while I do this. That's red. I just maybe reduce the brightness on that a little bit. And also there. Oh, I need to find a better solution for that. Okay, let me. Hardware. Let's put it to 1.5. That's brighter now. Okay, so the red is very red. Oh my god, the blue is very blue. But like green. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Wait. The moment I switch to it, it's very saturated, and then the camera adjusts. Oh my god, the camera auto adjusts to it. That's why. Can I make it like not? figure video. Oh, the white balance is set to auto. Okay, maybe we play around with those settings. Hold up. Let me... Oh, well, I clicked a button that I don't know what it does. Ah, there it is. So wait, let me screenshot the way it was beforehand. Also, let me... This. So, hold up. So, white balance. It's very blue now. Let me just do it this way again. Wait, first this. Okay. So, time to figure this out. If I do manual white balance. Higher value makes it more green. Alright. Lower value makes it blue for some reason. Okay. I'd love to know what the auto setting is in numbers. That's very blue. It was 116. We done a little bit. Contrast 32. Oh wait, exposure is also exposure is also set to auto, and if I don't set it to auto, then it just that was the standard setting. Low light compensation. That does fuck all, but let's keep it on. Auto. Okay, so that's less. Okay, so if I set it to auto, it's somewhere between -4 and -5, but I can't set it that finely. What the fuck? Yeah, let's keep that way. But well, lower values filter warm tones out, so it being more blue makes sense. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Basically backwards from the actual color temperature of white light. Ah, I went to a shopping center in the capital for pink hair dye or color hair mask, and they don't have any. What the fuck? Gonna have to figure out how to buy it online. Ordering always very hard. Oh yeah. Yeah, you've said that. But nowadays they've got apps to make it easy and deal with customs or whatever. I've just never used them, so I've got to figure it out. I mean, that sounds like one of those things that are annoying to figure out, but once you do figure it out, you just unlock a whole new, well, I want to say skill, but like not skill. You just unlock a whole new thing you can do. Also, let me set that to like not sleep. Because like then you just unlock online shopping then, I guess. But some neon green eyeliner for like $2 in front of you tab. But anyways, because rare color. Oh, nice. Oh, I saw someone yesterday who had like not neon green, but like also like a teal-ish green mixed with I think a purple or something that looked like really good. True. A whole new world. A whole new world. A whole new point of view. So, right. I want to add Timeout. Better save. Power and sleep. Screen. When plugged in, turn off, never. Why is it set to when plugged in, turn off after 10 minutes, and when not plugged in, turn off, never? When plugged in, PC goes to sleep after 10 minutes. Never, please. Or like, wait, is goes to sleep like when it's not got the screen on? I assume so. Well, then you can do 10 minutes. So, Should I turn off all the camera filters on this when I adjust all the camera settings? Probably, because then I just would do the same thing twice. I feel like it's better to just adjust the camera in first place. Rather than... Wait, sharpness? Does sharpness change anything? Wait, I should like do a full screen projector thingy so I can easier see what's happening. Projector, or like not full. New window. There we go. Like this. Sharpness. Wait, what was it originally? I think 3. This is 0. This is maximum. I don't see a difference. Like I see something happening while I change the setting, but I don't see a difference. Importing things from the UK was also a bit annoying, but the couriers handle the import charges and taxes. Oh, nice. Sounds pretty simple in the end. Just another payment just before the actual delivery time. Oh my god, I've got something to rant about. Austria just found a brilliant new way to get money for the government. And like, you know, they found a brilliant new way to tax us, rather like to tax everyone rather than taxing people who have a lot of money or like companies or anything. And the way they decided to tax everybody is an online shopping tax. Like basically when there's like, I think from September on or something, there's gonna be a €2 tax on every single parcel you order. Which is just like, why? Of all the ways you could implement taxes, what's the fucking point? Like, that just makes ordering stuff online more expensive. Like, I guess the point is kind of, you know, shop locally rather than ordering stuff. But there is nothing you can buy locally. Everything you buy locally was ordered online. And it's just marked up. Like literally anything in a store anywhere in Austria is produced in China. It's the same thing as you can find on AliExpress, just for 10 times the price because it's got a different sticker on it. Yeah. So I'm kind of salty about that because it just means whenever I order something, I now have to pay €2 more because reasons. Yeah, that's annoying. So turn on the brightness maybe. Contrast up. Yeah, up. Not that much. That. Hue, I would assume we want that at 0. Yeah, hue shift is just always bait. I don't know. Wait, what the fuck? Hue shift, I don't understand the point of hue shift, to be honest. Saturation, up? Yeah, up. Maybe not all the way, but quite high. Gamma. Backlight compensation. Full standard, free? Yeah. That seems good. Seems like a good setting to max out. And you can actually see my hair being a different color. Gain. Oh my god. Hold on. If I pull this down. Oh god. Maybe a bit. And then reduce gamma further. And gain. Up. No. Oh god. That's not it. That's not it. What did I do? Gamma. Quite annoying. Hue shift just changes the colors completely. Yeah. I guess that's cool for like certain effects if you want to do those. But for like a normal camera stuff, that just feels like bait. Maybe bright. Does it do anything if I turn brightness down and gain up? I don't particularly understand the difference between gain and brightness here. I guess gain is like put a gain on the like electric signal or something. What else could I change? That still doesn't look like green at all. To be fair, IRL doesn't look any greener either. Wait, maybe I can turn down the lights here a lot. Maybe like that level. Then turn up brightness. What does it do if I tell it to... Oh, I can't tell it to automatically do it brightness. The only thing I can do automatically is white balance. Is that better than at the beginning? Hold up. What were we at? So, YouTube stream. That's somewhere in the middle already. I would like to... I should have like put a timestamp or something. And I had the lights up already here, the way they are. That's looking like it. Like 16-ish minutes ago. Oh. Hold up. Maybe I can't show you there. Why? When I pressed live... Ah, okay. When I pressed live, it still had so much delay. The weird way YouTube handles stuff. Okay, I'm definitely greener now. Greener and brighter. And like at least at this, wait. More than at the beginning? Yeah, okay, at the beginning it was very much not green. But like now better than very beginning. Now it's kind of a little too bright, so reduce brightness, I want to say. Like brightness or gain? Which one introduces less noise? I would assume gain makes more noise. Yeah, brightness doesn't change much in terms of noise. Does gain change anything in noise? No. Gamma down further a little. Contrast down? No, we want contrast up maybe. Maybe like this. Okay, the main thing that's kind of still annoying me is this bright spot here. That this is like just so bright. Also, it's very green IRL, and on screen it's just blue. So maybe white balance? Yeah, it's just like oversaturating everything. This better? What does auto white balance do? Very blue. Is this better than before? Maybe. Ah, that's what low light compensation does. Now that button actually does things. Yeah, I feel like we want to keep that on. Or like, wait, if I do brightness, no, that's just very washed out. But if we gain, more gain, no. Okay, I feel like we gotta keep the low light compensation on. Or like, wait, maybe with more exposure? Hold up. Hold up. Am I cooking here? I think it's a bit more green. Yeah, that's kind of good. I'd love to be able to compare them side by side, but that doesn't really. Oh, it's super low FPS, isn't it? Because the exposure time is like really long. If I do it like this, right? Like this is better. Yeah, I can see my mouth somewhat moving normally, rather than moving super slowly, like it's almost a time lapse. Oh, so low light compensation only does things if I change the setting before changing the exposure. What's going? What if I set the exposure to a fixed -4? Like overall, it feels like fixed numbers are better than letting the camera do stuff. So this is automatic exposure. This is exposure -4. I don't remember what I said that before. Hold up. Wait, does control sets do anything here? Nope. Fuck. Wait, automatic exposure. Well, okay, I think that's the only thing changed. What did I have? Gamma. I mean, that looks about right. Is that good? I think this is fine. Or like at least definitely better than at the beginning, isn't it? It's a lot greener, definitely. Maybe a little too green in my face. Yeah, I think it's a little too green in my face. Maybe... What do we change here? Contrast up, maybe? No. Saturation. If I can get that green in the rest of the room without so much green in my face. Hold on. Let me screenshot where we are right now. Because I don't have an easy undo button. So like this. And up maybe? Maybe a step more light. Hold up. It feels like I've got green shadows here. That's a little weird. Is that like an IRL thing though? A little. What do we do here? Be white balance down? Nah. Backlight compensation. No. Gain. Is that better than it was a minute ago? So the problem is when I said a minute ago, I'm not sure if it was actually a minute ago. I didn't like take a long break testing, so don't really have a timestamp I can compare it to. Everything looks like it has a little bit of a green tint. So the weird thing, it's it feels not perfect still, but like I don't know, maybe better. Ah, hi DSG, how's it going? Are you also dying in the heat? Oh, wait, what did I even change now? 24. White balance I changed down. No, wait, up. No, down. Gain a bit more. Saturation. Its saturation doesn't feel like it changed. Oh, it does change stuff. It's a little less impactful than it did before. Maybe like there. Maybe one step further here. I don't know. I'm not happy about the colors, but I feel like they're better than at the beginning. I don't know. We'll have to look. We'll have to look at that some other point, some other time. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure it out. The stream you say too much sun, next stream you'll say too much heat. There's no winning. Yeah, no. The heat is fine, however, past week my hay fever has been the worst it has ever been. Oh no. But then is it still hay fever season even? I thought that was like a May thing, like a spring thing in general, rather than I mean I guess June is technically still spring. Wait, no, isn't like 21st of June the start of summer? Like according to the calendar. Start of summer. 21st of June. Oh, today at 10. Summer started today at 10:24 a.m. What the fuck? What? Why is there such a specific number for something that has no scientific reason? I mean, it kind of has okay, it has a scientific reason, but like no scientific application. It does not make a difference if we call what we have now summer or spring. Okay, well, that's because I googled start of summer and it gave me summer solstice. And the summer solstice is a specific is at a specific point in time. Okay, I get the point now. But what? Good top. Yep. I do quite like it as well. It's not my favorite, not My Chemical Romance. Not my favorite Bring Me the Horizon shirt that I own. But it's in the top 2 because I own 2. What happens if I now put on the filters we had before? No, let's just leave it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, that was a tangent. But yeah, I guess we now officially have summer. Since like 9 hours or something like that. Yeah, wasn't recently also Midsummer, like the Swedish celebration that like I guess like there was an entire day that had sunshine because like the sun never sets. How far north do you have to be for that to happen? How far north? Sun never setting. Midnight sun. Approximately 66.5 degrees north. Midnight sun. I like Midnight sun. Wikipedia, also known as Polar Day. I mean, do you have a topic for today's stream? No, but you can. It feels like I managed to go off topic even if you don't have a topic. I guess that's a thing that happened. That's also known as Polar Day, is a natural phenomenon that occurs summer months in places north of the Arctic Circle. The south of the Antarctic Circle, when the sun remains visible at local midnight, or south of the Antarctic Circle. This occurs at latitudes ranging from approximately 65 degrees 44 minutes to exactly 90 degrees north or south, and does not stop exactly at the Arctic Circle or Antarctic Circle due to refraction. What's the most south city that has the most south city in the northern hemisphere? Most south city in northern hemisphere with midnight sun. Google AI says Tornio, population of 20k in Finland, and its twin city Haparanda in Sweden, situated at approximately 65 something. Wait. What's the indie game you found? North? There were actually like multiple indie games I found. But we will check those out at some point. So no spoilerinos. So let me Google Maps. Download is saved. Wait, if I go in Google Maps and like drop a pin somewhere, it tells me the latitude, longitude anyways. So 61, 63, 64. We need 65 something. What was it? Did I close Wikipedia? Why did I close Wikipedia? That's not, huh? Where did I put the Wikipedia page? Midnight sun. Uh, 6544. So that would be 55. So somewhere around here is how far north you need to go to have midnight sun. Why is it spinning? Why are you spinning? Why are you, why? Like I get that it's a globe, but like why are you spinning? If I zoom out here, I just wanna. What the fuck? Like if I have my mouse over here, oh, what the fuck is it doing? Oh god. I have turned the earth into a Beyblade. What? Also, why can I like infinitely zoom out if I do this? It's using all of its momentum into spinning. Oh god. Why? Why are you like this? Beanie! Oh well, okay. How far north would that be in like... Oh. Very far north. Like in Canada, you'd... Like, basically nowhere would have that. Like some parts of... Why is the north not like up? Something feels weird about Google Maps today. Although, what was the difference between Google Maps and Google Earth? Is there still a difference nowadays? Because like you can just swap Google Maps to like satellite view. Oh god. Now we talk. Wait. Can we like not do that? Can I somehow lock it to north being up? Why? Obviously irrelevant, but you can look into space on it. Yeah, I know. Like you can go to Mars. That's not what I'm searching for. I'm searching for Mars tools. View. How do I go to different planets? Do you need to build a rocket? Add. View. Edit. New map project. How do I go to Mars? Does that tell me anything about it? No, it doesn't. Oh my god, it's so terrible. Oh god, why wouldn't it lock to north? Who wants this? Who wants to like, you know, go around and suddenly it's looking like this? Like I know that scientifically it makes very little difference. But for the average person, north is up. Just lock it to north. Yeet. Spin that boy. Maybe I just need to zoom out to go... Wait, where's Mars? Where's the sun? Hold up, where's the sun? Okay, guys, who of you stole the sun? Where is it? Just, where is it? Give it back. Like, it should be somewhere. Like, in theory, it should be there. But, like, if I spin, then it spins with me. Where is the sun? What? Who wants this? Wait, did it just lock to north? Hey, wait, Google Maps locks to north, at least. Still does weird spinny things, but it does lock to north. Okay, are there any cities I know north of this? No. It's just the weird ones. Alaska. Wait, have I heard of Fairbanks Or am I thinking of a different one? Is that north enough? Hold up. Ah, no, it's not. But hey, we've also got the Manly Hot Springs over there. And a town called the Woodchopper. None of which are north enough for the Midnight Sun. I wonder what it's like to live in Tuktoyaktuk. Motherfuckers, you speak English or French? What the fuck is Tuktoyaktuk? Reindeer Station! The Reindeer Station is north enough for the Midnight Sun. Here we also have Cape Perry. Why do these places have such weird names? Okay, Cambridge Bay is a normal one. Nunavut Land Claims Agreement. Cambridge Bay Inuit owned land. Now that's a mouthful of a place name, but fair. Oh wait, all of these places are like called something like that. Inuit owned land. Okay, I guess the Inuits just own all of northern Canada. I mean, fair enough, but like why is that noted in Google Maps? I guess because there's not like a border to like a different country, so they denote it like that it's not owned by Canada. They're stations rather than towns. Yeah, makes sense. But Tuktoyaktuk. Whitefish Station. There. Gordon. That looks beautiful though. Holy shit. Okay, it is just a station. But holy shit. They really want to bait people who just scour Google Maps to just go there. Kaktovik. That's also just a station. They've got a store there. They've got a hotel there! 4.3 star thingy and 2 stars hotel. They've got a hotel, they've got a bed and breakfast. School, cool. No wait, that looks like a genuine town. It's one of those. Wait, isn't there also... Wasn't there a Tom Scott video about a town somewhere in northern Canada that has like its own language with like sounds that aren't in the English language? Okay, it's been a while. But I remember there was like a video about like sounds that could be in the English language but aren't. And like that town has a language that... There was something like that. Hold on. Future stream idea. Yeah. Hey, if someone pays for the flight there, I would still not be up to go there. Because it does not seem like a good time. Tom Scott sounds that could exist. I think that was it. No. Language sound. Nope. Was it a different one? Inuit language? Something like that? That's also it. Ah! That's the video I meant. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to search for that. Ah yes, AI generated like gacha game ad. Classic. Okay, some weather station. High Canadian High Arctic. Okay, but like there's languages. Cool. I knew it. Yeah, that's that's kind of what that reminded me of. Which probably means that I would have done rather well in GeoGuessr if you dropped me off there. But I wouldn't have remembered that this way around. I feel like I solved it from the other side, and the other way around I wouldn't have done. If that makes sense. It doesn't, but like if that makes sense. So like because I knew that I'm in like Arctic Canada and read like Inuit-owned land around here like a million times. And then I saw that, I was like, you know, connecting the dots and was like, wait, there was a video. Damn it. Something has suicided into my tea. It is. Did I get it? I got it. Nice. All right. I wonder how much is it to go there? Hold up. Do they have it's not currently published. Guys, you should renew your your thingy. Wait, are they on booking.com? Hold up, so I don't leak anything. Can I search for a hotel in Kaktovik? Shows us Alaska. Wait, is it Alaska? Oh, yeah, we crossed the border already. Whoops, didn't notice. Let's go. Well, we probably don't want to go in winter. That sounds like a bad idea. Let's just go a nice like week trip in July. Just one adult. No properties. There's like 4 hotels in there. There's a hotel. There's a bed and breakfast. There's an inn. There's a cemetery. And of course there's a church. $400 a night? I guess it's high season or something. And if that I mean that the person who set the prices was high when they said it. 1.9 star. Visiting is worth it. Oh wait, no, that's not 1.9 star. That's like 1.9 for like the location. Whatever that means. Can I set this to English? No. Language. Good enough, I guess. Compare price. Oh wait, that's 2. Okay, for one person it's just $218 a night in an inn in the middle of nowhere. And the bed and breakfast doesn't show rates, but it has a link to Facebook. That has been dormant since 7 years. 152 followers. Wait, there's a website for... Never mind. I was about to say there's a website for the town, but nope. There's a polar bear! Okay, that looks kind of cozy. Putting the polar bear on there is just like asking for trouble. That does look cozy though. What's the deal with polar bears? I mean, I guess the deal is if you want to go and look at polar bears in the wild, that's probably like one of the best places on earth you can go to. Okay, okay. I see the vision. On theme. Yeah, it is on theme. Barta Island is a great name for the location. Or like for this island. Because I assume they've done a lot of bartering for like the price of it. I'm still confused by how the US bought Alaska. Because what do you mean they just bought this? This thing is bigger than like a lot of countries. Like if I go over here, that's like all of the Balkans. Wait, Alaska size. Square miles. Wait, isn't there like a map where you can bring... Wait, map, or like... Wait, there's a website you can like bring one thing on the globe somewhere else to like see how the... Like, where you can like put Alaska next to Africa to like see the size, and like Greenland next to Africa, so you can like see how the projection distorts stuff. And they got it very cheap. Yeah, that's wild. Map projection comparison. Why did I enter website? The true size of... Oh, is it that? Ah! The US is tiny. Can I like Alaska? Alaska. There we go. And we move that over. That shit is big. 700k people? Wait, that's like less than half of what's in Vienna in terms of people. Like, I know that it's very much I don't want to live there category. But like, what the fuck? That thing is like as big as most of Europe. Or like most of the EU. Wait, what's the border for the EU? It's like... Is it there? Denmark. Norway isn't in there. So I think Sweden is in there. Is Finland in? No. Is Finland? Finland isn't in the EU. EU countries. 25. Okay. Finland is in there. Nice. Since 1995. So before Austria. No, wait. 1995 as well. EU area member since 1999. Sweden and Finland. Okay. I was only sure that Norway wasn't in there. So I've got no idea which Eastern European countries are in the EU and which aren't. Greece is in there. Croatia is in there, but I think... Wait, did they recently adapt the euro? I think back when I visited in 2019, they didn't have the euro, but I think by now they do. Croatia, euro. Yeah, since the 1st January of 2023, so 3 years ago. Which means the Kona that I've got lying around somewhere is now worthless. Well, no, because you can just trade it in, but still. Poland also, like, in the EU, but doesn't use the euro, if I'm not mistaken. Moldova isn't in the... Wait. I should just... Wait, Bulgaria is in the EU. I didn't know that. Schengen since 2024. That's cool. Cyprus, Estonia, Latvia. Latvia is also in there. Lithuania as well. Ah. Wait, there's a map. I could have just looked at the map. Belarus, okay. Moldova isn't. That feels like a gap that should be closed. That said, I have no idea of like how the economics there are going. But Norway, correct? Still, yes. Polish zloty, I think. If I'm not incorrect there. I should have some of them lying around somewhere. And the same for Czech. Was it crowns as well? Filter. Countries using the euro. Search. Is that still the same map? Yes, that's still the same map. Wait, I need to filter for the map. EU countries using the euro. Ah, there we go. Okay, so Hungary and new, Czechia and new. But that's looking good. Yeah, Denmark and Sweden need to get a grip. Poland needs to get a grip. Wait, Romania was in the EU, right? Was Romania? Yeah, Romania is in the EU. Okay. They use crowns, but not sure if still. Yep, still do. Okay. I mean, that's good to see. I mean, it would be cool if like Norway and Switzerland wouldn't be so weird and like, you know, those guys. Like, we'll eventually get those four to also accept the euro. And if the way I say that is probably like exactly the wrong way around, they probably want the euro but aren't being allowed to. I would assume. Isn't that the way it usually goes? That countries are very much open to using the euro. Well, okay, I can imagine for Hungary it's not that way around. Because like there's like very strict like requirements for a country to be allowed to use the euro. That's it. There's like some small countries that just don't care, that aren't in the EU and everything, and still use the euro just because it's convenient. If I'm not mistaken. Wait. Countries that use the euro without permission. Kosovo and Montenegro are the only countries that use the euros as the de facto domestic currency without formal monetary agreements with the European Union. Wait. Kosovo and Montenegro. Kosovo? Montenegro. So... that's funny. So I guess they can't print any, but that doesn't really matter. That's an interesting dynamic. So like, if you want to go on holiday, if you want to do like a road trip through the Balkans and stuff, like Bosnia, Serbia, North Macedonia, and Albania are the only ones you really need to take care of. And Romania. In terms of like money. But like that's a weird gap in there. It's like, you know, Switzerland, but like different. Seven countries, one country's joined. Member of Schengen. Okay, that's just Switzerland as well and Norway as well. Not Ireland. Wait, Ireland isn't in Schengen. Okay, that would be kind of weird. That said, no, it wouldn't. Like if I take a plane from Austria to Ireland, why do I need to go to customs? You could just like Schengen this. How did I get here? Oh yeah, I wanted to like look at this versus the EU. But that's like most of the EU in there. Well, no. I feel like 2 Alaskas is roughly the EU. No, wait. You've still got like the... Oh god. The protection. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, that's weird. Okay. Wait, now I want to know if Austria was like north. Okay, that's interesting to see that it's like roughly the same size as Iceland. I would have assumed that like Iceland is like way smaller. Even though like the projection makes it look way bigger. That was just something I got wrong. Oh god, the way it's like distorted up there is just so weird. That looks weird. Okay, where are we in like US scales? Okay. We are a small country. We're like roughly the size of like all of the countries in like in like Central America that I constantly forget. That's weird. Brazil is huge. Wait, how are we compared to Australia? Hmm. Ah. That's such a fun website to just randomly play around with. Let's grab a country and like look where it is, how it compares to the rest. Okay, honestly, I thought that the comparison between Austria and the UK would be more than like, what's that, twice? I thought that the UK is like way bigger compared to us. UK area. 244,000 square kilometer. Austria area. 88k. Oh, so that is roughly 3 times. Why does it look like only twice? Does the UK number like include overseas territories? Oh yeah, along with numerous smaller islands. England, 130. Scotland. Okay, so that's like 100 or like 200. Like that looks like it's only like, I don't know. How did we get here? Oh yeah, I was looking through Google Maps. Oh yeah, I was checking how far north you need to be to see the midnight sun. And then noticed that there's like hotels in like weird areas. Wait. Okay, this map confuses me so much because I like looking at that, I was like, oh, around here is the cutoff for the midnight sun. But okay, that said, this is also not cutoff for the midnight sun. This is like way above it. Okay, so that was just a skill issue in mind. Wait, does Iceland get midnight sun? Maybe at the very tips there. Stream archaeology. Oh my god, that's such a fun way to put it. Just like going back all of the tangents. Digging up random stuff along the way. Damn. Mm. So. Mm-hmm. Wait, is that not working? Huh. Mm-hmm. All right. So I feel like we're finished with this tangent. What else did I want to talk about? Oh, didn't I want to talk about something else? Like before going on a tangent. Wasn't there something we were talking about? Because yeah, I was just like thinking, yes, it's already summer. How did you get? Okay, comparing the country sizes, Alaska. Found that hotel in Alaska while like looking through weird names in that area because I wanted to see how far north you need to be for the midnight sun in the Americas. And where was I before that? It was green into midnight sun. Yeah. That might have been it. Hmm. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, but I feel like there was something I wanted to talk about, but I forgot about it. So, I feel like I can turn off this fan. Hmm. Wasn't there something? Oh, yeah, along the line somewhere I was thinking about which game to play, but wasn't there something else? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Does it have anything to do with any objects around my room? Let me just scan across my room if I see anything that reminds me of what I wanted to say. Oh yeah, at some point I was like, when you said I could like 3D print some connector or something to attach the LED strip. Yeah, my 3D printer just doesn't do anything. It just doesn't work mostly. And I've been looking into getting a different one maybe. Or today I also like was thinking maybe it's just maybe I just need to like dehumidify the filaments because I don't know how big of a difference that makes. If that's just the difference between it looking a little better or it not working at all. Because if it's just looks a little better, then I don't care. If it could be the difference between it working and not working, then maybe I should care. Because currently my filament is just like, okay, one roll is literally on it. I don't wanna like get up to like show that. And the other roll is just somewhere else in my room. I think in the drawer below it. Yeah. But I was looking like which printer would I get? Because again, it feels like a waste of money if I get a different printer because I have one. It doesn't feel good to use. Like in theory, I could get that to like print and like, I've been using it to like print these thingies. So like it clearly does work. But I can't be bothered to like set it up properly so that it just works with any model. Because when I was printing these, it was also like a case of print 9 of them at once, it works. Print 8 of them at once, it doesn't work. Print 10 of them at once, doesn't work. Might be worth trying to dry roll. Yeah, but then I would have to like buy. Well, you don't necessarily need to buy a dehumidifier thingy. You could also just like buy like silicone bead thingies and like just some box, I guess. I guess that could work. I don't know, might be worth trying that before getting a whole new printer. But then again, this one doesn't do auto bed leveling, and that's the level of technology here. So maybe it's worth to just get a new one and like I guess sell this one to someone who cares for like $50. Like I've also been thinking which one would I get because like my initial idea was like the Bambu Labs A1, but apparently Bambu Labs is a terrible company, and also I've heard from someone that apparently that specific printer might have a decency to burn down. Like, not necessarily like a big concern, but like it seems to be happening sometimes. And I would prefer that not to happen. That said, I don't know if I buy a 3D printer secondhand from someone, I don't know if I would trust that one more than a first-hand like A1. Yeah, that's suboptimal. I prefer if my 3D printer used the PLA as like something to extrude rather than fuel to burn. That doesn't feel ideal. Yeah, I've been looking into like Prusas, but like Prusa first-hand Prusa is just too expensive. But I did find like an MK3S on like a used marketplace around here for like $200. And that almost, like, looking at what the MK4S costs, which is like $1,000, that sounds suspiciously good as an offer. But I don't know like what the technological difference is between the MK3S versus the MK4. They're cool but so expensive. Yeah, so when I saw one for $200, I was kind of tempted to just get that. But I have no idea how good it would be. Or like if like I just want a 3D printer, it doesn't need to be perfect. The print quality can be as long as it just allows me to like tell it to print. Doesn't need to be via an app. It's okay if it's an SD card that I take from my PC into the printer by walking over there. That's okay. I just want to then press the button that says print and come back a couple of hours later to a printed thing that is there, and I don't need to when I press print, I want to have like 90% certainty that I will end up with a print. And I don't want to touch anything else, ideally. And that as cheap as possible. That's kind of the goal. What did I just get? Oh yeah. That's all I want. There was also, wasn't there like some other printers that I've been looking at a couple of other printers, but all of them just seemed either like more expensive than those options, or like, I don't know. Like one, I've been reading like comparison lists, and then at some point one of the lists was like, oh, you could get an Ender free. And I'm like, okay, I guess technically if I get like a new Ender free, it would have all of the new features. But it feels weird replacing an Ender free with an Ender free because I don't like the Ender free. Like by now it's like version whatever, and that's like an OG Ender free, I want to say. It's from 2019, like end of 2019, start of 2020, something like that. I think December 2019 is when I bought it. And a lot of the same limitations. Yeah, sounds about right. Like, I heard that the Ender 3 is like a really good printer if you know what you're doing, but I don't. So I'd prefer if I had a printer that is okay if you don't know what you're doing, rather than having a printer that is really good if you do know what you're doing. Because I fall into the category of people that don't know what they're doing in terms of 3D printing. So, yeah. That MK3S secondhand, that feels very tempting. But like, you know, I don't really need a 3D printer, and I have a 3D printer, but like I don't ever use it because it sucks. It's terrible to use. So my brain has not yet gone into the mode where it's like, I have a problem. Oh wait, I have a 3D printer. I can use that to fix that problem. because my 3D printer doesn't do that. My 3D printer is not here to fix problems. It's here to like print these and do nothing else. I also know basically what I need, but there is so much more cool stuff to be using regardless of the machine itself. Yeah. So maybe I should just like in the first step just get like some plastic box for the filament to put in there and some like silica bead thingies to like dry the filament. Does that work? If I just throw some silica beads and the filament into a box that is somewhat sealed, do the silica beads like extract enough moisture from the air that then the filament gets rid of the moisture from inside of it? Is that good enough? I don't know. Oh yeah, and also that secondhand thing could always sell 3D prints to people. That's fair. But that would be work. Should help, yeah. Okay, sounds good. Maybe I'll try that. I don't even know which 3D prints I would sell to people. I mean, the classic would be like take some weird dragon model from like Thingiverse or whatever, print it out and sell it for way too overpriced. That feels like the classic. You see that at Ericon. Same model. They do look sick, but like, bruh. I feel like if I wanted to sell something, I feel like I want to sell something useful. But then again, I would have to design something useful. Think about friends and family if they want a hold up or something. Oh, yeah. That's actually a good idea. But like that feels like it doesn't come up often enough. And I already have a friend that is better at 3D printing than I am. And with that I mean he recently bought some Bambu Labs one, I think. I don't know which one. And that means that he now has a printer that works. And so like he has been designing stuff and printing it because it works. Yeah. Everyone seems to be getting Bambu Labs recently. Yeah, it seems they are like really good printers. And then there's like the, concern about them doing weird locking down their machine stuff. Where like apparently the way they have set up their thing is so whenever you want to print something, it has to go through their cloud so that they know what you're printing. Something like that. Like they somehow changed their TOS after selling them. And that didn't go well with the very much open source focused 3D printing community. So it doesn't feel like the best decision to get one of those. Because it feels like that brand kinda lost all of its like good standing with the community. And that's usually somewhat in any tinkering hobby, you kind of want to go for the brand that has a lot of good standing from the community because the community will fix all of the problems and have forums on like how to use the thing and like get it into a good state. And if you are a brand that like lost all of the good faith from your user base and the people kind of move on to different brands, then that's a problem. So I'm not sure if buying into that ecosystem is the best move right now. I have a friend who has a 3D printer, but instead of filament, it's one of those that keeps dipping on a platform with resin at the bottom. Oh yeah, those are super cool. the resin 3D printers. Also, like, kind of a pain in the arse in the sense that the resin is like super toxic or something. So you need to like handle it with care. And also need to do a bunch of processing. So like once the print is done, the print isn't actually done. So you still need to do some stuff to it. But that said, resin printers are super cool. Like once you get that to work and you know what to do, then that's like really cool. And like, especially like the process, how it works is like so insane because it's like a liquid and then like you get like lasers kind of like activating the thing, but like you need, in order for it to work, you kind of like need to cross lasers so that like there's more intensity at that spot and that like cures the resin at that spot, if I'm not mistaken. Because like if you have just like one laser beam, that would like create a line, but you want to have like a spot, so like you kind of cross two beams and then that cures the thing there, and then it's insane that this works. That's cool, yeah. They're good for value. When I turned off a lot of the cloud setting stuff. Yeah, I've heard so as well that like as soon as that news dropped, basically everybody who knew what they were doing just set it to like local only, which then kind of deletes the entire point of you have an app and you just press print. Because if you have to lock down the printer so it doesn't communicate to the internet, then I assume you can't use that anymore. I guess you can still use it on like your local network, but like you can't be like out grocery shopping and then press the app to do stuff with it. Unless you have a VPN. This stream is sponsored by... No. Yeah, that kind of defeats the purpose a little bit. Yeah, they're cool for like very detailed prints because apparently they have like super high resolutions. Need a separate machine to clean and treat the resin afterwards. Yeah, that's terrible. And a lot of sanding. Oh. Yeah, the resin is apparently like... Apparently you should also like always handle the resin with gloves because it's not good if you get it on your hands. Then they come out neater than with filament. Yeah, but like you need to do stuff. Resin is super toxic, gotta be careful with it. Which is also probably not a good idea if you don't have a separate room. Like my 3D printer is just like here, like right next to my bed. And like that alone is probably not the best idea because of like, you know, microplastics in the air and stuff. Probably not the best idea, but like not terrible. If you have like a resin 3D printer, then that's probably a concern. Putting it like right next to your bed. Made some resin art years ago. Oh, I would have to blowtorch the surface at the end to get rid of air bubbles. Ah. But then you have to put a box over it so no dust gets in. But then if your furrow or table is also slightly not perfectly balanced, you're fucked. A piece that isn't properly covered with clear resin on top because must not be in perfect level. I do have a level measuring thing, huh? Flat resin things are pretty cool. Being careful when heating up. There's a point of firmware. How do you do like resin things? Well, I don't quite understand that part. Wait. Wait, you do resin art parts. You mean like not with a 3D printer, but like manually like doing something with the resin, do stuff. Do I get that right? I'm confused about the concept. If it exceeds certain temperature, depending on your resin and ratios, it will start an exothermic reaction and will keep heating up, and that's bad. I think you've just described an explosion. Maybe not necessarily like really an explosion, depending on like quantities and like speed, but like at a minimum a fire. And that's not a good way to describe anything that's in your house. Presumably. But yeah. I mean, maybe one day a resin printer would be cool if I have like, you know, more than one room available for myself. So I can have like a workshop or something where I can put shit that shouldn't be in my bedroom. Could end up with a fire and very toxic attack. Oh yeah, that's not good. It's like fluid abstract art. I ended up doing it for resin later on because much safer. Okay, that's makes sense. Used to mix resin with acrylic paint and a special hydrophobic additive to make cells. Oh, cells in this context are little circles where the other layers of color get revealed too. Looks very cool. Ah, that sounds very interesting. Yeah. I feel like my art education kind of failed me because all I know about art is like, you know, watercolors, pencils and watercolors. I've never used acrylic paint. And I've had like art lessons in like, I don't know how many years I had it. I think I had it all 4 years of middle school. I think also all 4 years of primary school, and was it only 2 years in high school? At least 2 years in high school. Might have been 3 years. I don't remember. But yeah, I mean, okay, to be fair, I also kind of didn't really pay attention to anything that happened in like art classes in high school. Because there is that one legendary story of like me and my friends in so in high school when we had like art classes, they were always like after the lunch break. So it was like 6 lessons, then half an hour of lunch break, and then 2 to 4 more lessons. And it like art was always like in the 7th and 8th hour. And so what so basically we went out to get lunch, obviously in lunch break. But we didn't particularly care for how far away the lunch spot was. So rather than going to like the nearest supermarket or something, we went to the other side of town to a Burger King. And yeah, then, you know, took our time eating at Burger King and then returning back to a school. And we came in time before art class finished, to be fair, because I think we arrived after the 7th lesson, so like halfway through the 2 hour lesson thing, or like 1 hour 40 thing. Obviously, we were very sneaky about where we were, not at all wearing Burger King crowns. And that's also where one of my friends dropped the legendary the legendary quote, "Oh, the 2 hours of art go by really quickly if you come 1 hour too late." I mean, he's got a point. The double lesson does really go way quicker. Oh, what? Does really go way quicker if you come an hour too late. Drop the legendary what? The legendary quote. My art teacher at GCSE, 16-year-old, kept saying I'd fail because I was so slow I'd run out of time. But in the end, I got a C or maybe even a B. Suck it. I don't think we ever got like serious grades. Like like we got grades. I don't know if it was just everybody got an A, or if there was like some difference. But like nobody failed. There were no tests. Like you had to in theory hand stuff in, but in practice, I think I've handed in like one thing, like ever. And the funny thing is, at some point we did like pencil drawing of like what is it? Cassiopeia, or like was it a snake or was it Cassiopeia? Something like that. But like we had to do a pencil drawing with like shading and like some snaky thing, so like with scales. And like that's basically the one thing that I ever finished. Because like, okay, art class was just like sit there and like chat with your friends and like maybe do a little bit of stuff, but like not really. And that was one where I actually like finished and like kind of not really try hard at it, but like at least did something. And like, you know, when I was finished, I went up to the teacher and she was like, "Did you make this?" She was like, "What do you mean? That's like actually good. You've never done anything. Are you sure?" That was also like really funny. Just like, I sure you made this. Like, who made this? You, no, seriously, you made what? Yeah. PG also, what the fuck, the teachers letting students were failed, so messed up. Yeah, that is fucked up. Our principal was determined for all of us to do most GCSEs possible because he thought it looked great compared to the average British school. Oh, yeah, we don't have a system like that. For us, it's like central. Basically, okay, it depends on like which higher education you go, or like which high school you go to. Wait, hold on. Let me catch up first. Secondary school, I got shouted at by a teacher for not bringing anything for art class. Oh yeah, classic. Used just a pencil and still got one of the best marks in the class. Oh my god, that's amazing. Am I right? At Still Life, I think it's called, where you try to draw something in front of you. I don't think we've ever done that. But yeah, I think that's what it's called as well. Okay, yes. GG's. Yeah. Wait, the sleigh mode? I thought it was. Wait, that's a Twitch global mode? I thought it was a 7TV thing. Oh. The more you know. Yeah, but what did I want to say? Oh yeah, we don't really have that kind of system. Like it depends. Like in Austria, legally you have to complete 9 years of school. So you have to complete primary school 4 years, middle school 4 years, and then at least 1 year more. Or like if you have to repeat a class because you failed, then I guess you can like even finish before like middle school or something. Yeah, but like 9 years is mandatory. So like there's one type of school that's just like if you know that you won't go to uni or anything like that and you do just like manual labor job, then there's like one type of school that's just like 1 year of high school and basically doesn't give you anything at the end, I think. It's just there so you can like, you know, complete what you legally have to do while you kind of focus on like anything else. Then the normal one, I would say, that's just like normal school. 1 year of high school. Yeah, because like 1 year, because like the mandatory thing is 9 year. Like no, that would be at 15 years old. I think 15 years old ish, like 15 to 16 would be the age where you completed what is legally mandatory. But like that is still like, I would consider that a rather niche way. That might just be like because like my bubble of people like all completed kind of the same the other options, but I would consider that to be like the rather niche way. Like if you already know at like 15 years old that you want to do a manual labor thing, then you go for that. Or like at 14 years old. Then you go for that thing because it's just like 1 year you've set out what you legally have to be in school for. Because like there is a law that like before that you aren't allowed to do anything else. You have to be in school. Like you mandatorily, you have to be in school for 9 years. So that's kind of there. So you complete that, and then after that you can just like do whatever you want to do. And yeah, then like the most common way is like 4 years. That's just standard high school, which is just more of the same from middle school. Like in middle school, there's also like specializations a little bit. Like there, like at the school I was at, you could choose between science, as in like all of the sciences. So like science, sports, music. I'm not sure if it was music and arts or just music. English, like specifically English, as in you just have more English lessons. And one of them was also football. Not just sports, but like specifically football. And I was in the English specialization. Yeah, basically what that meant is in addition to like normal English lessons, we just also had like I think like 1 or 2 hours a week where we just did other subjects in English. So we had like a music teacher that also was an English teacher, and that in those 2 hours we just had music but in English. Or then next week it was a different teacher that was teaching geography and English, and they just taught us geography in English. Also like our like main teacher, I don't know how to translate that, but like the teacher that was like responsible for like organizing everything in our class was like English teacher and biology teacher. I don't know if he did anything else. I think it was English and biology, but like so we also had him teach us biology in English and stuff like that. So I think we went through like most subjects. I don't know if we ever had history in English. I don't think we had a history teacher that was also an English teacher, so maybe that's why we didn't do that. Yeah, and well, it was kind of the languages class because we had that going on, and then for the last 2 years of middle school, so like that would be grades 7 and 8 ish, if that kind of translates. We also had to choose a different language that we want to learn. Like we had the option between Croatian, French, I think there was another one, and in theory there would have been Spanish, which I would have gone for, but exactly for our year that wasn't available because there was only one Spanish teacher, and I think they might have just had a child or something. I don't remember the reason, but like for exactly the year why I had to choose, Spanish wasn't available, so I went to French. And considering how good I am at French, it didn't matter. In the end. Pretty cool. We just got designated English lessons at school. Yeah, like we also had like normal English lessons, but like in addition to that, we also had that. Yeah, and then like all of the other specializations just had more of whatever they chose. Like sports specialization had more sports. Football just had extra lessons for football and was going to like tournaments and stuff. Music just had more music and was also going to like tournaments, singing thingies. I don't know, maybe they even had to learn an instrument, but I'm not sure. I don't know. And what else was there? Yeah, science just had, more science stuff. For the extra language I determined. Oh, nice. but didn't learn basically anything there. Sounds about right. Yeah, like I had French for 2 years, but I don't remember a lot. I mean, the most necessary thing that I learned was Je ne parle pas français, which means I don't speak French. Tu parles anglais? Do you speak English? That's all you need, I guess. Didn't help that the teacher didn't care at all. She would just do crosswords. Ah, yes. I do know teachers like that. Not from that school, though. Yeah. And then high school. Yeah, as I was saying, high school, there's like the thing where you just go 1 year to just sit it out, what you legally have to. Then like the standard one is like 4 years, and that's just like general knowledge stuff, like a very general school that like teaches you basically everything, and it's just there as like preparation for university. It's kind of what that is. So like basically, if you go to that kind of school, then you will go on to go to university. In theory, you know, it used to be that that kind of school, when you're done with that, the piece of paper you get from that is like good for like office jobs and stuff, and like a bunch of stuff like that. But by now, that type of school has been devalued, so like finishing that type of school has been devalued so much that that is worth literally nothing. And you know, if you wanted to do an office job or something, you have to go to like some university or something and get a degree. Like in general, it feels like that. I didn't look up any of that because I didn't care, because I knew I wanted to go to university. But from what I've heard, basically, I think also like this year's results are in, and like 98% of people passed on the first try. Because like since in the couple of years since I've finished high school, it has been like the system has been reworked, or like it's being reworked constantly, but like there has been like a big rework where like instead of just having like one big finals thing, also like the grade from the year kind of counts in that, so you don't even have to like pass the finals. You don't even have to pass the final test, because if you did like okay for the rest of the year, then that'll still like lift up your grade, and then you might pass even though you fucked up the finals. So it's, you have to like actively try to not pass now, apparently. Yeah, I don't particularly know how exactly the system works nowadays, but like it's I don't know if it's 50-50 or something, but like there's like the grade from the rest of the year plays a significant role in your like total grade, and you don't have to like pass that and pass that, but like you just have to pass in total. Wait, what was it like when I went? I think you had to pass each individually. Like you had to just like pass normal school year and like not fail already. I don't even know if we had like normal tests in the last year. I think we probably did. Yeah, and then like you had to pass that, I think, in order to be eligible to go to finals. I'm not entirely sure on that part, if you had to like be positive on that thing in order to go to finals, but I think that was the thing. And then yeah, then you just had like finals, which was written in like the main subject, so like German, maths, and English. And then you had to pick, was it free? No. Yeah, free. Yeah, then you had to pick 3 subjects that you had to do a verbal one instead of a verbal test instead of a written test. Or you could pick Latin as a 4th written test instead of 1 verbal test. And I feel like I've picked a pretty unique way there, because obviously I picked maths, obviously I picked physics, and the third pick was guitar. Because in high school, you also have like somewhat specializations, even if you go to like the like general high school. And my school only had music as specialization, because there weren't different like classes. Like shortly after I left, they introduced other specializations as well. Like there would have been a science specialization literally the year after I left. But the thing is, there was only that one. I could have gone to a different school that had different specializations, but I just went with that one. And so I was technically in the music thingy, and so everybody had to learn an instrument. That was just like all there was, I think. I think we had no more or less normal music lessons, but we just had 2 hours a week of like some instrument of our choice. I think it was like piano, guitar, or singing. I think there was drums as well, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there was drums. But there was definitely like guitar, piano, and singing. And I chose guitar because I already was playing a little bit guitar. Like I started shortly before I went to that school. And then in the last year, when time came to choose, okay, first of all, my poor guitar teacher. Basically, at the end of our 7th year, he said, okay, do any of you want to graduate in guitar? And we all were like, no. And then in 8th year, when time came to pick, I was like, oh, actually, I would like to graduate in guitar. And he was like, motherfucker, now I have to write a test. Because like nobody else, if nobody were to pick it, then he wouldn't have, he was a new teacher there, and so like he wouldn't have if nobody had picked it, he didn't have to. Oh my fucking god, I can't talk. It's noticeable that I was in the English class, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah, if nobody would have picked it, he wouldn't have had to make a test. Was it the correct term? I think that was the correct time. Yeah. And so it was kind of like, oh my god, poor teacher. That said, someone from the other class, because like there were like 2 parallel classes, both of them being music specialization, somebody from the other class also picked guitar, so at least I wasn't the only ticket. Yeah, makes sense, got there in the end. Yeah. He did a good job. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest, in hindsight, that was kind of a weird pick. I feel like English would have been just easy. Because like, what's a verbal test in English? Just like talk English. And like, back then I was like just as good at English as I'm now. So I feel like, yeah. I feel like that would have just been free. I wouldn't have had to study for that at all. Versus for guitar, I had to like study different chapters of like the history of guitar and everything. And like what improvisation is and a bunch of stuff. And then there were like, I want to say 5 different pieces that I had to learn how to play. I got basically 100 on all my English tests. Yeah. I was always also very good at English, but like not because I studied or anything, just because internet. Yeah, but yeah, so guitar was kinda, that was a lot more work than I would have needed to do. Like I could have just picked English and it would have been free. I was also kind of considering chemistry, but like I didn't particularly like our chemistry teacher, so I was like, no, let's not. And yeah. What else? What else did I want to say? Right, for guitar, like I took guitar so not seriously. Because Two things. Okay, multiple things. And I do yeah, okay, I do have to mention it, but I can't show it. So first of all, when preparing it, so there were like there was always like two theoretical subjects connected to like one song. So there were like, I think 6 subjects, and then like, I guess it was 3 songs. It was somewhere between 3 and 5 songs. It could have, I think it was also like, there were some songs that initially we wanted to like, put into the pool, but then in the end he was like, "No, let's not add that to the pool. Let's go with a different one instead." And yeah, some teachers definitely should not be teaching, and no surprise, to students tend to not like them. I mean, okay, with my chemistry teacher, to be fair, other students did like them, so that was like, that was not a them in general problem. Okay, it felt like students that were good in chemistry also liked the chemistry teacher, and students that weren't particularly good in chemistry didn't like the chemistry teacher. It felt like they didn't do all too well at like equalizing it. So like, if you were good at chemistry, then you got good information and like could learn well. But like, if you weren't particularly all there, they didn't do well at like bringing those students up to like a better level and stuff. And so you kind of felt like left alone a bit. And like in my case, I feel like I was okay in chemistry, but there were like two topics that I didn't quite get, and it felt like they were like mentioned in passing. And in order for me to get it, I would have had to like study, and I didn't particularly do that a lot. And like, I have to figure it out myself. And so I just never learned those 2 topics. And so when the test came, it was like kind of in the area of like, here have 4 questions that are worth 50% of the points, and here I have 1 question that is worth 50% of the points. And that 1 question was like exactly the thing I didn't understand. So I like didn't do, like I passed, and I think I didn't get like the worst grade. I think I didn't even get the worst passing grade. But like, still, it felt really unbalanced on the test, and I didn't enjoy that. Yeah. So like, they aren't necessarily a bad teacher. It's just like, I personally didn't agree with the way they were teaching. I guess it's the best way I can put that, I guess. Sounds like they were not great at actually relaying that information in an understandable way. I don't know. Maybe they were. It could also be that I just like didn't pay attention for like 1 class and then like didn't catch up. I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily put all of the blame on them, but I just didn't feel like I should pick that as the thing that I could pick. Yeah. Anyways, back to guitar. So we had like different, like the topics and the songs were kind of like, okay, if you have that theoretical topic, then that song and stuff. And I had to like prepare for all of that. And it was also like, pick 2, or like you have to like draw 2 topics, and then you can choose which of these topics you want to talk about. That was the way it was chosen. So like, you were able to like skip 1 topic effectively, because if you were to draw that, you can always just do the other one. Of course, nothing against them, just a pretty common thing. Yeah. And yeah, so for guitar, there was like, one of the topics was, I don't know if it was a theoretical topic or if that was like stuck onto 1 song, basically. I think that was stuck onto 1 song, so on 2 different topics that could have come up. And that was improvisation. How like what is improvisation? How would it work? And like, give an example. So basically my teacher was like, okay, if you get that topic, I just realized that that is still in there. Has that been in there the whole time? This is annoying me now. Hold up. That will so fall down if I put the table any lower than this. I mean, it's not quite almost at the minimum. Anyways, yeah. So, like, basically, my teacher was like, okay, if we get improvisation, I'm just gonna play like a riff in this key and you just improvise with like all the techniques and everything you learned. And there is a thing in music. There's like a meme in music when it comes to improvisation. Which, let me just pull it up real quick. What the fuck is that? So, there is a meme in music where like there is a certain lick, so like a short excerpt of music, that just seems to come up over and over again in improvisation, and it is this. Like across genres, across instruments, it just keeps coming up everywhere. Wait, or is it there? Oh yeah, very quickly in the background. Like, just keeps coming up literally everywhere. And yeah, so like one of the things that I was memeing at with that was obviously I had to learn that lick and like transpose it into the key. Like if you just Google the lick, it's in a different key. So like I had to like figure out how to play it in the key that he was telling me, oh yeah, you will be like improvising in that key. And I was like, gotcha. And so I prepared that, but unfortunately I didn't get that as a topic, which was really sad. So I didn't get to do that even. Another thing I was kind of constantly threatening him with was, oh yeah, by the way, in the part where I have to play the song that I prepared, I'll just play it behind my back. Reminds me of the 4 universal chords. Oh yeah, it's kind of like the same idea, but like for like a lick in improvisation rather than like the chord. Yeah, but yeah, good connection. That's pretty much the way it goes. Yeah. And yeah, I was just constantly saying, oh yeah, I'll just play behind my back. And he was like, don't do that. Don't do that. Also, like, he was a like rather young teacher, I want to say. Probably not much older than I am now. Like somewhere, I want to say somewhere in the 25 to 40 range. So it was fun controlling a little bit. Yeah, and one thing that I did, but apparently nobody noticed, when we took the test, like there was like a commission of like, people, like it wasn't just him in a room. It was like, there was a table with like 3 or something people that had something to do with the subject. And like, he was doing the main testing part and like, I think also like most part of the grading, but like there were other people there that also did the grading and they like had to like come to a conclusion what the grade will be. I don't remember how it worked, but basically it was like room full of people, and it was just beforehand you have like half an hour or something in a different room to prepare and like get warmed up, like read whatever you need to and everything. And I think it was like, go and grab your topic, then go to the preparation room, and then you come in and like take the test. And the way I used my preparation time was I learned the Game of Thrones theme on guitar, and I played it behind my back while walking into the room. Like I like walked into the room to my chair, like where I had to sit, and yeah, that's how I used my preparation time. As far as I'm aware, nobody noticed. Like there was like one person that was kind of like overseeing us, like in the practice room or something, and and they noticed me doing that, and they were like, "Oh, should I like carry your notes for the thing?" Because like we didn't have to like play like from memory. We were allowed like notes and everything, or like sheet music is the correct term, I guess. And yeah, they noticed me doing that and were like, "Oh, should I carry that?" And I was like, "Yes, that would be great." Because like, or like, no, I think they noticed that I was trying to shove the folder with the sheet music in it in like my jacket, in my suit jacket thing somehow, and were like, "Oh, should I help you with that?" And I was like, "That would be amazing." And yeah, then I just like walked into the room with playing the Game of Thrones theme behind the back. Nobody noticed. Like the teacher, I talked with my guitar teacher afterwards, and he was like, "Oh shit, I didn't notice that," and so I assume the others also didn't, or like maybe just him. I don't know if anybody noticed. But yes, that was the other way I did a little bit of trolling there, and I got an A on the test, which was very nice. And the funny thing is, everybody who like took any of the music subjects then also had at the like final ceremony thing, like there was a big ceremony of like all of the classes from that school that graduated, because there were like also other ones. Like it was our class, our parallel class, and then the school also had like other. Oh my god, I just realized how I went on this tangent. Because okay, going back a tangent before continuing that story. The third type of school in the third type of high school in Austria is like schools that prepare you for a specific job. Like if you know you want to work in IT, then there is like IT high schools that go 5 years rather than 4, that you learn like IT stuff. Or like there's also a famous one that's like aerospace something, I want to say, I don't know, that I've heard of, that, you know, also 5 years of school, a little bit of general knowledge, but like also like subjects that very much build onto like go and be an aerospace engineer. And then like after, when you're done with that school, you can immediately go and like work in that field pretty much. So like those types of schools are like not made for like do those 5 years then go to university, but rather do those 5 years then go work. And quite some people still do like 5 years then university, because like from that you get some title. If you go to university, you get a different title, and then if you continue in university, then you get a title that is just like worth more. So some people still go to university, or like some people also like go that and then work, and in parallel university, which sounds like pain, very much pain, but I guess people do that. And yeah, that's the third type. Or like also, if you want to become a cook, I guess there's also that type of school for that. A lot of different areas, everything that kind of needs some education. So like if it's not just like manual labor, everything that needs some kind of education, but like not necessarily a university degree, that kind of stuff has the like 5-year school thing. There's also like super weird ones, but I don't remember those ones. And so yeah, my school also had like some of those 5-year thingies, So like those also like graduated at the same time, but like, you know, the ones from a year before. And so we had like a big celebration with like all of the parents and stuff, like all of our teachers there, all of the parents, and like also some important people from that are there, like from other schools and whatever, that like kind of took part in the like the final testing thing. I don't remember who the fuck was there and like why. But like basically, because it was like a big ceremony and like, you know, people doing speeches, and then like at the end everybody got like their piece of paper that said, oh, you passed this school, and like I think it also says which grades you got there. I don't remember. And so like there was like speech music, and so on, and like the music was by the students, like the students that chose to like take a final test in music had to do something there, and presumably also like some students that didn't. I don't know if it was only students that took a final test in a music subject, but like because I took a final test in music subject, I had to play something there, and it was one of the pieces that was a duet together with my guitar teacher, and like that was also like one of the ones that could have come for the final test, like one of the, which is kind of a weird thing, I feel like, but I guess because it like the guy who is testing me would have played along with me. I think, did I get that one? I don't remember which one I got in the end, which one I had to play, but like, yeah, that felt a little weird. But yeah, so I had to play that then, you know, room full of people, everyone's parents and everything, tons of teachers. And like even before that, like even before we were like even like during practice or whatever, and like I don't remember how it was going. I was like very much reminding him of the I will play this behind my back. Because I've been saying that I will do it for the final test, and like he was always like, do not do this at the final test. And I was like, nah, I'm gonna do it as a final test. I'm gonna do it. And then I didn't, obviously. And then I was like, okay, I already passed. My grade is in that piece of paper over there. There's no way for them to change that anymore. Tomorrow I'm not a student anymore. Nothing matters. And I was like during practice I was like, oh, like there were two like microphones in front of us to like pick up the sound from our guitars, and I was like, hey, can we like move one of those behind us? And he was like, no, we cannot. And I was like, are you sure? I feel like we should do that. And yeah, so I was so the time came, and the piece we were playing had like some repetition in it. So it was like play all of this, then do A, and then jump from here back to here, and then play this, go to the end, and like do something a little different than the first time around. And so I was just sitting there in like the classic guitar pose. Yeah, like you have like one leg up and like have the guitar resting on that and like play like this. And like when it was getting towards the end of like the first repetition where it would have jumped back, I kind of swapped into like the way a normal person would sit when playing guitar when seated, where like, you know, just have it rest on your leg and stuff. And then at the repetition, and from then on I played the rest behind my back. I do have video evidence of that, but it has a lot of other people on it. So and also the name of my school and all of that. And so I won't show it. But trust me, I have got video evidence of that. I also didn't like tell anybody else to like film or something. So that the fact that I have video evidence is actually like a big a big coincidence because it was just like my mom filming, and that's why I have video evidence of like, I'm not sure if from the complete thing, but like, yeah, I have video evidence of the moment where I like swapped over and like continued playing behind my back. And I'm gonna be honest, I didn't play well. But well enough. It was good enough. Like, I had my moment, everybody clapped. It was super fun. And I would do it again. 100%. And yeah, I was just, the thing was just like, there was like a stage in front of like just the like sports hall thing, and then like, you know, all of the parents and stuff on like chairs in front of the stage, and then like all of us on like the sides of the stages, but like in like a very tight room and like wearing suits. And so it was really hot, and I was like sweating like hell, and so like my hands were like really sweaty, like even before the thing, and like not necessarily even because being nervous or something, just because it was so fucking hot. And so then I was sitting there with like sweaty hands and was like, okay, whoop. Didn't play all too well, but like on the recording, it was well enough that you don't notice that it's like bad. The only thing that's bad is when you play behind of your back, that's not actually like that hard. It looks very impressive, but like if you play something that's like in place and you just like press down different things, doesn't matter. It's barely any different from this. It's just like it's a little bit more uncomfortable, but other than that, not really that hard. But the thing is, if you have to do slides or something, where if you have if like your left hand has to change position, that's hard. And the very last notes of the song is a slide. And so I was like, okay, here it goes. And like it slows down towards the end, and it's like da, 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 kind of vibe. And like my teacher played the right thing, obviously, and I was like, I'm hoping it's this one. Whoop, nope. Slide is further up. Yeah. So that one was very much noticeable that I fucked up, but like I just broke out laughing. Because I was like, oh yeah, it's 50-50 whether or not I fucked it up. I'll take it either way. But yeah, that was just hilarious, and I feel like that's where I peaked in life. That's gonna be hard to beat, because it was trolling. It was okay, everybody thinks that's cool moment. It was just perfect storm of everything, and like I pulled it off. And like nobody else knew that this was happening. I did tell my guitar teacher, but he was like, surely he won't. Okay, I don't know if he saw it coming in the end, because like I was very much telling him, oh yeah, this is happening, and I'm not sure if he saw it coming, or like if he expected me to like actually pull through with that. What do we want to hear? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, that was just hilarious all around. So how did we get on this tangent again? Right, school. Like school system. Because I was like... Mm-hmm. And also, funny thing, like afterwards, like my mom, like I talked to my mom and she was like, oh, I thought like something was wrong. Like I was like super worried when you like switched from there to there, and was like, and she was like, oh, is something wrong? I don't know what's going on. Oh no. And then I did the thing and she was like, fucking hell. Yeah. But yeah. How did I get on this tangent again? We were like talking, oh yeah, it's a like 9-year school system. And that's how I went into like describing the different types of schools. How did I get on this tangent? Rolling it back. Hold on. Oh yeah, GCSE. Oh yeah, art. Right. We were talking about 3D printers, then acrylic paint, and that was, yeah. Art, school, music. Right. Damn. Oh, we should. I should like make some system that makes us able to like trace back how we went on a tangent and like have some graphics for that. Stream archaeology part 2. Yeah. It's a very archaeological stream today. Where we have to constantly retrace our steps. Yeah. It's wild how that just happens automatically over and over. How could we like build a system around this? Like we would have to like keep track of like a keyword, like 3D printing or art here. And how would we like we could either like do it as a tree of like, oh, here's like all of the branches of like the conversation, here's how it all branched out. Or we could do like archaeology, like just a picture of like, you know, a dig site, and it's like, okay, here's where we ended, and then like retracing all of the steps. How could you do that live? Just like fill in some words. That sounds like it would be a front end problem. I don't like front end problems. I don't like front end programming in total. I don't even know how you would describe the type of programming that I like. I guess kind of back end, but like what I like is just like Python scripts that like calculate stuff. And how would I? I guess it's just back end. Is that how? I don't know. Like the classifications of stuff in programming, just I don't know any of them. And I don't know what falls under which category as well. The only way I can think of is periodic summaries taken from captions and chat. But that sounds like it would involve AIs or not. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Like if you want to like properly do that, you probably want to. The easy way will probably be an LLM. But there's like also like AI thingies that are not Gen AI that can like grab keywords of the conversation and figure out what it's about. So maybe it's possible, but I don't know. Like every other option would be involving you writing down stuff before going further on a tangent. But I feel like the tangents just happen so naturally that like you writing down stuff before leaving that part just doesn't happen. Like I don't know when I would have written down like art as a tangent there or like 3D. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like that's an idea I've had like 2 years ago or something as well already, to like have some visual for like where we are on the tangent and like how we got there, but I just never figured out how it makes sense. Usually it's not clear when a switch happens. Yeah. But it's also like one topic might fluidly go into the next topic. Like 3D printing into like acrylic paint Or like we started out with like some art involving resin, and like resin 3D printer versus art with resin. And that's the same thing. Yeah, there's always some overlap. So like, when do you decide when it's time to like call it a new topic? Because like also the like art with resin thing could have been just a one sentence tangent and not like take us down to like my entire like school history. So like, you can't write down the topic in advance because you don't know how long it goes, but you also can't write down the topic afterwards because you'll probably forget that, you know, switch, or like that there was already, or like maybe you have even forgotten the entire previous topic. I don't know. I don't know. If you planned, isn't your intention? Yeah, right. You can't plan for that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is there any way you could make that work? I don't know. Like maybe like have a command or channel point redeem or something that triggers a program that says, okay, summarize from the last checkpoint to here. Like, take the entire script of that, throw it into like a context machine thingy that figures out what rough topic that all is connected to. That pulls up, and that, yeah, throw that onto the graph. I don't know. But the problem is that that tree only makes sense if we are like 3 or 4 tangents deep. So like, you wouldn't trigger that for the first 2. Like, if we just have main topic into tangent, nobody would trigger that. Except if you're like, okay, this is gonna go on like 3 more tangents. Like, if you expect that to happen, then you might trigger it. But like, most of the time, you'll be just like, oh, we're just going on a small tangent here. I don't think that will work. We could also just like randomly pick words from a dictionary instead of filling it up with actual topics to just confuse everybody who joined in pathway through. Stream archaeology in itself is hard fun trying to find out what it was. Yeah, true. Oh, we could like make a fake one that instead of like the logical way that we went, like 3D printing into art, into school, into whatever we ended on, like music in school. Yeah, right. Like, instead of that, it just generates like a 5 bullet point tangent list with like randomly picked words, nouns from the dictionary. Just randomly picked nouns from the dictionary that's like, if you come in and you're like, oh, how did we get here? Pull up the thing and it just says archaeology, history of ancient Greece. No, wait, actually, those are connected. Fuck. Music, history of ancient Greece, pineapple juice, USB hubs. Just like randomly picked words that have as little connection as possible. And anybody who just came in is like, how the fuck did you connect those two? And then like, we make a little game out of it, being like, oh yeah, obviously we went like this, and we try to like find a way that those could possibly connect. Oh my god, how would you connect a USB hub to pineapple juice? And then to the history of ancient Greece? maybe like the history of ancient Greece, like oh, did they have pineapples in ancient Greece? Oh, it doesn't seem so. Wait, they probably didn't, because like pineapples were like a really expensive thing at some point. Like I remember it being a thing that, well, I don't remember it being a thing. I'm a little too young for that, but I remember reading a Reddit post about it being a thing to rent pineapples for parties so that you could display that you have pineapple money, but then you have to give back the pineapple. And that whole concept still does not make any sense to me. How do you rent a perishable food? Like, what's the shelf life of a pineapple? Hold up. Pineapple shelf life. 2 to 3 days on a counter. And like 5 to 7 in the fridge. But like if you're displaying it, it's just on a counter. So like if the shelf life of a pineapple is 2 to 3 days, how do you rent the pineapple for like a day for a party? Huh? Wait. Fact check. Renting pineapples. Yes, the claim that people used to rent pineapples is completely true. Sourcing a YouTube short from 2024. During the 18th century, shipping pineapples from the Caribbean to Europe was incredibly difficult and costly because the fruit was so rare and perishable. A single pineapple could cost the equivalent of thousands of dollars in today's currency. Okay, I'm just reading Google AI right now, but like at a conversation that has the stakes of we are fact checking something I've once read on Reddit, and it has no impact on anybody's life. I feel like that's fair enough. Here are documented facts about that. Oh, it's sourcing the BBC. Okay, let's just click on the BBC article and fuck Google AI. The rise, fall, and rise of the status pineapple. Written in August 2020. Is that Thatcher? That is Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher left. And a pineapple. Just in case you were confused. This here is not Margaret Thatcher. Just to be clear here. Symbols have always been used to signal status. Okay, that's just fluff. But the scale... Wait. But the scaly sweet was too valuable to eat. A single fruit was worth thousands of pounds, and often the same pineapple would be paraded from event to event until it eventually went rotten. Okay, so they just would do it over and over until it rots. I guess it looks like a pineapple longer than it is edible. So if it's only edible for like 3 days or something, you might still be able to like, you know, from the outside it might still look fine for like a week or whatever. Later, a roaring trade in pineapple rental developed, where ambitious but less well-off folks might hire one for a special event, dinner party, or even just to jauntily tuck under an arm on a show-off stroll. What the fuck is that even supposed to mean? But it's pineapple. Okay. Eat public in generations of wealthy. Tradierte pineapples, as they used to be known. Well established. I don't care about the history of it. I just want to know. The logistics of it. Where? Pineapple was valued at 60, roughly 11,000 pounds today. Holy shit. It's not about wasting such high value fruit by eating it. Oh, I was kind of going the other way. I was like, oh, concerned about wasting such high value fruit. Ah, okay, so they ate it afterwards by eating it. Never mind. Once displayed pineapple as dinner time ornaments on special plates, which would allow the pineapple to be seen and admired, but surrounded by other cheaper fruit for eating. The pineapples were expensive enough to warrant security guards, and maids who transported them were considered to be at great risk of being targeted by thieves. This all just reads like one big prank. You can't convince me that that is real. What do you mean they displayed fruit, but then just let it rot? And the people who were transporting pineapple were at risk of being robbed. No, that's not real. That's not real. That has never been real. That's just a prank. It's like the fucking 8 spiders a year eaten in your sleep thingy. It was just one big prank. There's no way that is real. Like, I feel like I need to go all the way to the source there. So, pineapple thefts. Man, it's getting worse. It's just getting worse. In 1807, proceedings of the Old Bailey showed several cases for pineapple theft. Dr. O'Hagan points out, including that of a Mr. Godding, who was sentenced to 7 years transportation to Australia for stealing 7 pineapples. What do you mean? What do you mean England is a real country? What do you mean that is a real country? You can't convince... No! That's not a thing that happened. A guy didn't steal a pineapple and was, as a punishment, sent to Australia. That's not a thing that happened in history. No. No, I refuse to believe that. That's just not a thing. No. One morning, they go to your pine house and then found the door going, had been broken open. Brothers, pine had been taken out. Someone had entered the pine house. So cavity there. How many papers are gone? About 30 in all. 2 of them are right. The other one, was there anything that gave you a suspicion that the person intended? Okay, but like that doesn't show the entire thing. No, I'm going down this rabbit hole now. Fuck it. Because the ever aspiring middle class were anxious to get their mitts on the fruit, but could not afford to cultivate to buy them. Okay, business and open pineapple rental shops in Britain. That's not real. That didn't happen. There's no way. Companies began to cash in on the fruit's popularity, and as with many crazes, the market for pineapple-themed goods were exploding. I mean, that's sure. I'm pretty sure there's still like a significant amount of like pineapple jewelry. Jewelry. You know what word I mean. I don't need to try O&O again. Jewelry. That just sounds made up. No, okay, never mind. Continuing. Porcelain makers. Okay, that's nobody cares. All those pineapples. Okay. Fruit itself would not last. Carved stone pineapples would certainly be lasting reminder to guests and passers the wealth within. But no, that's not the same thing. If a pineapple is written regularly from the colonies and prices dropped. Okay, And it wasn't just the middle classes who could afford pineapple, but horrors of horrors, the working class could too. Oh god. Something he dropped. Well, those ones considered luxury. Okay, nobody cares. I want to know the logistics though. Pineapple renting logistics. I want to know how that worked. Rentals used status symbol. No. After which it was returned to merchants to be rented again. Red logistics. Scarcity pricing. Okay, cool. Rent a model. Shoot merchant in Britain and American colonies for the Spanish specifically rental by the hour. Okay, that fair enough. Display rules. Rentals were strictly forbidden from eating fruit. Sure, of course. Pineapples were carried to parties as an accessory. Why? I'll say because the fruit was rented repeatedly over days or even weeks, the rental cycle typically ended when the pineapple began to rot. The final renter who got to actually eat it paid the highest price for a rotting pineapple. I mean, okay, fair enough. You actually got to eat it compared to like everybody else. I guess a rotting pineapple is better than no pineapple at all. Why? What went wrong? That's just all I want to know. Just what? Is it a slightly rotting one, maybe? I don't know how quickly it... I don't know what the cutoff point was. From like, oh, we are giving this away because it's rotting, to like it being rotten. I'm not sure if we're talking like it's... I'm not sure if we're talking like, oh, it's like looking really bad by now. We should just toss this, but we might get some extra money from giving it to someone. Or if we're talking about, okay, in a couple of days it's gone. Or like tomorrow it's gonna be too late to eat it, so whoever gets it last on the last day of it being enjoyable just gets to eat it. It's probably the former. It's probably, okay, this is not edible anymore, but we can get some extra money by like telling them it is. I don't know. And like, I feel like having read that, I am a worse human. Just because I now have that knowledge. I feel like my whole human experience has been devalued by reading this. Just knowing that that was a thing once is not good. Also. The thing of my table that does the controlling of like it doing that is usually like tucked right under the table, but like the thing, the net where it's lying on, usually it should be... Okay, I feel like I'm skipping a couple of steps here. Wait. Seems like they were really maximizing the display time first. Yeah, probably. It was probably like a week rotten before somebody ever got to eat it. Imagine you rent out... Imagine you're the last person there to rent it. You pay a premium because you're the person who gets to eat it. Imagine you pay like hundreds to even like 1,000 or something euros for renting it, and then at the end you're like, okay, nice, I paid a premium, but therefore I actually get to eat pineapple this one time in my life. And then you taste it, and it just tastes absolutely vile because it's rotten at that point. Will you say that it tastes bad? Let's say you're at a dinner party You, along with everybody else at that party, has never before tasted pineapple, and it tastes absolutely terrible. But like, you paid hundreds of bucks for the privilege of eating that. Is that a case where everybody just pretends that it is the best thing they have ever eaten because they don't want to seem uncultured? Is that one of those things? Because if you say, oh, this is terrible, everybody else will just be like, oh no, you uncultured piece of shit. This is the most amazing thing ever. You just, you just have poor taste buds. And so, like, you can't properly enjoy it. I feel like it would very much go like that. That's just how it would go, right? Probably, yeah. On the other hand, imagine you paid hundreds of bucks for it, and even if nobody pretends that it's actually good, imagine you like do that over and over again. You rent the pineapple over and over again, just because it's a status symbol, and then at one time it's like, hey, this pineapple is gonna go bad soon. You're the last one to rent it. Give me a little extra money, and you actually get to eat it this time. And you're like, hell yeah, finally I get to eat one. And then you try it, and it's terrible. And you're like, okay. And that's what I've been paying hundreds of bucks for every single time, to just display this thing that is absolute trash. How embarrassed do you have to be at that point? Like, everyone around you also just got to try pineapple for the first time in their life, and they all know that you paid a shit ton of money for it to be there. And they taste it, and it's terrible. And they're like, why the fuck did you waste money on this? Why? I feel like it's a lose-lose situation. On the other hand, let's say it's not like that. Let's say it actually is still edible at the point where you get to eat it. And you really like the taste of it. Well, you can't have it anymore. Because it's really expensive. So you're fucked. It's a lose-lose-lose situation. Either it's terrible, but everybody pretends it's awesome, or it's terrible and you realize what a waste of money it is, or it's great and you want like more of it, but you can't have it ever because it's way too expensive. Like, chances are it's gonna be years until you get your next taste of it. You're just fucked. No matter what. Just don't take part in that shit. There you go. It's a free top tip. Don't rent a pineapple. So that tip might be like 170 years too late. But now you know. Don't rent a pineapple. Thanks. So next week we are gonna discuss the usefulness of whale oil in lamps and what else we could use instead. What else could we research? What else could we research and like give top tips at? Sailing the Atlantic. Don't. What else? Trying to go to India by sea. Really don't. Like from Portugal. It was Portugal, right? It was either Portugal or Spain, but I think it was Portugal. Don't. Just don't bother. Nothing to see there. Um, flying. Don't fill a thing with hydrogen and then like attach yourself to it in an attempt to fly somewhere. Use like what's that? Fuck, what's like the category of gases that's like helium, xenon, radon? No, not radon. Radon? Neon? All of the weird ones. Fuck, what's the category called? Noble gases. Yeah. Noble gases. Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, welcome in Team Worm as well. Yeah, you use one of those. Now that I think about it, you probably can only use helium. Which gases? No, wait. I think nitrogen, oxygen are both lighter than the next noble gas, right? Hold on. Periodic table. Yeah. Oxygen is lighter than neon. Carbon is lighter than neon. Nitrogen is lighter than neon. So yeah, use helium. There you go. Free top tip. That said, don't use helium because helium is expensive. Just don't. Use warm air. That said, don't. Don't like fill a balloon with hot air. Expensive and limited in supply. Yeah. That said, I think. Okay, this is the second time that Tom Scott videos come up this stream, but I think there was a Tom Scott video about like helium and like it's rare, but it's not as rare as you think. But like it's getting rarer, but like people have taken precautions, so like it's not as the situation isn't as critical as you would think, but it's still not, you shouldn't waste it. But I guess that counts for everything. Literally everything. I knew you should mention that. Did you buy a hot air balloon? I visited the US National Helium Reserve from 6 years ago. Yes, that'll be it. Some time ago, I heard of a concept of an airship filled not with helium, but with vacuum. Oh, wait. Okay, at first I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Then I remembered, I think I've heard of that as well. Okay, I might get some facts here wrong. Wasn't it like one with like a steel hull or something like that? Like some insane thing where you're like, that can't work. Like some metal thingy, because obviously you need like a sturdy frame then if you wanna have a vacuum inside. So I mean, yeah, it still works. Like if you have like, okay, I want to say steel, but it's probably not like steel. It's some metal that's good enough. Yeah, some sturdy hull with a vacuum inside. Then like that in total might still be lighter than air, and therefore it would work. Titanium and carbon fiber probably. Oh yeah, carbon fiber would make sense. Feels like emptiness with like me. Oof. Fair. Good one. But yeah, yeah, that's a wild concept. And it's wild that it works. I make drills specifically for titanium and CF, carbon fiber, right? Oh, that's cool. I'm trying to connect the two right now. I know both of them are like hard, but isn't titanium and carbon fiber like really different material wise? Like I know both of them are like really sturdy and stuff, but titanium is like hard because of like how it is, and like isn't carbon fiber like very strong in one direction, but like not in the other direction, and therefore like very easy to fuck up. So if you use the same drill for both of these. That feels weird. Plain fuselages use both. Ah. Okay, that makes sense. Titanium is really difficult to machine. I would imagine because it's like... hold up. Because it's like... oh, here. I kind of expected it to be. Right. Titanium is lighter than iron? Why did I think titanium was heavier than this? That was probably confusing it with... Bismuth? No. What's the one? Tungsten. Where's tungsten? And... Isn't tungsten here somewhere? Tungsten, there. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I was thinking titanium is like sort of close to tungsten, but I guess I'm just wrong. Fair enough. But I guess it's just really strong as a material. Carbon fiber is used mainly as composites infused with resin. Ah, that makes sense. I also, yeah, like today, because I was like researching 3D printers, I watched like some video by Linus Tech Tips about like different people who have like different like 3D printer setups. Like one of them was William Osman. Other than that, mostly LTT people or like other YouTubers as well. And I think Jake from like who was at LTT at the time the video was made, showed off his thing and also mentioned that like he wanted like a different hot end on this printer because like you need that hot end for like carbon fiber 3D printing stuff, but we've completed full lab. Yeah, we've gone all the way around. But yeah, he was saying like, okay, he would like the printers to be shipped with harder hot end because, you know, for carbon fiber you would need a hot end like that, but even for like other, for like normal PLA or something, these hot ends are like way better because reasons I don't remember. But like when I heard that, I was like, wait, is carbon fiber 3D printing a thing now? Because at some point I looked up if you can like 3D print carbon fiber, and basically at that point it was like, nope. With a small asterisk that said like maybe if you spend a lot of money, then maybe. But no. So I'm sure it's like composite materials as well in that case, that it's like, I don't know, PLA or like resin infused with some carbon fiber, and that's like not actually like as good as like proper carbon fiber, but like still got some good properties. But that was still something where I was like, come again? You can do that now? Yeah, wild that we like went full circle. How did we get from rentable pineapples to carbon fiber 3D printing? Wait a second. Hold up. A lot of carbon filaments are really abrasive, so steel nozzles and hot ends are required. Yes. Would wear out a brass nozzle really quickly. Yes, that was pretty much exactly what he said in the video. But he also mentioned that like even for normal prints, he would prefer the steel nozzle. Because I think one of the reasons was that stuff doesn't stick to it as much. Don't know about that. No clue. But I'll take his word. Yeah. The like dialogue tree of this entire stream just makes no sense whatsoever. How did we go from 3D printing via a couple of tangents to like what I did in school, and then we were like, oh, let's trace back to what we did, and then we somehow went to pineapples, and planes, and then back to 3D printing. The fucking pineapples to 3D printing pathway is something that needs to be studied. We gotta send our best Tepetrov stream archaeologists to find how the hell that happened. The pineapples were your random idea. Oh yeah, they were. Like when I said, oh, we need like some way to like trace back the tangents, I was like, you know, throwing out random nouns that have no possible way to connect them. And then I connected the pineapples back to 3D printing. Accidentally. The fuck? That's wild. It's not comparable to actual woven carbon fiber composite, but they do contain some carbon in the filament. Okay. I assumed something along those lines. How did I manage to connect the tangent of the word that I threw out literally as a like worst case thing that can't connect to anything? How? No, just close it down. No, we've just finished the game. We've finished the game of just chatting. Just close everything down. Just forget it. Just no. Just over. I'm just looking at the periodic table now. What else is not where I would have expected it? Like, I know hydrogen, helium, lithium. Don't care about beryllium, fluorine, chlorine, and sodium. Of course I know. Then carbon, nitrogen, oxygen. Then iron, I knew that was somewhere here. Gold and silver, there-ish. Tungsten is further to the left than I expected. Sulfur, phosphorus, aluminium. Fair. Turns out pretty much anything is possible. Yep. Turns out anything is possible. That's bismuth. Wait, what? I thought lead was the last one before we go radioactive. Wait, I need the Wikipedia. I need one that shows like radioactive stuff. Is the radioactive? Radioactive elements. Those are what? Give me that as an image, please. Open image. Oh yeah, bismuth is radioactive? I didn't know that. Okay, so at least I remembered correctly that lead was the last one that isn't radioactive. Okay. That one's a little bit of an odd one out, but like that one is really much of an odd one out. Why is there like one element in the middle of the D block? Is it D? Like that's S, that's P. I think that's P and that's F. D and F, isn't it? Why is there just like one element in the D block that's radioactive? What the fuck is technetium? The worst thing is I've heard of technetium before. What is that? Technetium uses nuclear medicine. Fair enough. Industrial and scientific applications. Steel corrosion inhibitor. Beta radiation calibration. Industrial radiography. Okay, so everything is very much in this is radioactive, let's use it for that. Everything is like just focused on it being radioactive. Compounds. Okay, I feel like with Wikipedia I'm not getting anywhere here. Applications. Nuclear medicine, industrial and chemical. Okay. So, not as interesting as I thought. Still weird. I just was closing tabs and got back to the damn pineapple thing, and that's also a fake. That's a fake. Wait, hold on. Cheaper than potatoes, but maybe not as well. Ah, we are already at the. It became cheap part. Yeah, that's the end of the article. I was like, no. I was like, that's fake. No, wait, actually, he's selling pineapples. He's got pineapples. He is not a millionaire. Like, imagine you have this many pineapples like 10 years earlier than him. You're just... Fuck Elon Musk. You are the richest person ever. Like, how many is that? Like 2 or 10, 12, 14 times... Let's call it 5. So that's roughly 100. We are roughly in the 100 space here. Unless there is some below those that we don't see, then it's more. That times like 20k. This bro would just have 2 million just lying there. He would just be robbed instantly. Not just by poor people. Just like king, whoever was king in the 1830s. Is that? Nope. 1840 is already the end. Oh god, Margaret Thatcher. 1770s. Oh, so like we were even more out of date. We were 250 years out of date with our top tip of don't red pineapples rather than just 150. The others. Pineapple scarce enough to be valued at 11k pounds. That times 100. Okay, so that's just 1 million. Who was king in king of England 17, what was it, 1760? George III. When was he king? Reign 1760 to 1820. I just imagine this guy is on the street and King George just walks by. King George III just walks by and is like, mine. Because that's like 1 million in pineapples over there. Couldn't have a stand like that. Also, you would instantly devalue the pineapples. No, not if you have a monopoly on them. If nobody else has pineapples and you stand there with like 100 of them, they're still worth as much as you want from it. Doesn't matter. The question is, who would pay you like £1,000 to rent a pineapple so that you can display it at your party as a sign of wealth when there's just one bloke standing there with 100 just in the middle of town? Like, I know that we are very much in the area of hypotheticals now because like this guy is like 60 years after it was expensive, and like at that point it was like, as it says, like as expensive as a potato, roughly. Here, cheaper than potatoes even. So, but still, I'm just imagining that guy 60 years earlier. Just Imagine a fucking pineapple stand becomes a crime hotspot. Like, imagine police just have to stand there 24/7 because he just keeps getting robbed. That would be so funny. And it's no less ridiculous than what actually happened. Not a single, not by the tiniest amounts more ridiculous. Also, wait, whoops. I wanted to have that up. Over there. Not even the tiniest amounts more ridiculous. Also not more ridiculous than this dog. Like, why is there nothing down here? Why is his neck just open? Who made this shitty costume? Also, while we're on the topic of pineapples, I used to not like pineapples. By now, I'm like, I find them okay. I find they have their place in the fruit aisle, like just as much as most of the other ones. Okay, honestly, am I talking about food again? Yes, I am, but that just happens. Unlucky. In terms of food or like fruits, I feel like there's, I don't know, is that just like an Austrian thing or is that the same everywhere? That's basically you have like the top tier fruits, which are apples and bananas. That's the top tier. Like there's nothing else up there. Then you have like all of the, like, I wanted to say regional stuff and then immediately debunked myself before I even said it. But like, okay, let's have like cherries, strawberries, raspberries, all of which are kind of regional. And I feel like kiwi is also kind of sneaked up into that tier. And then there's the weird stuff, of stuff where I don't even know the names, but like I see them in the supermarket and I'm like, what the fuck is this? No, wait, we have a tier before we get to that, which is stuff that I've heard about, but I would have no idea how to use it. Like mangoes. I mean, I know mango flavored stuff. That's quite good. That's like, okay. I think I might have eaten a mango once, but like, what? What do I do with this? If you give me a mango, I will be very confused. And then very mad once I discover how big the core actually is. But like, and then like after that we come to weird things that are in the supermarket. I see them every time I walk past the fruit aisle, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I feel like next time I go to the supermarket, I need to take a picture to like give you an example. Wait, I one like these ground berry, for example. I'm a show you an image. These things, I see them constantly in the supermarket. And like, I don't know if my memory is failing me, but it feels like they have invaded the supermarket like a year or two ago. I don't remember seeing one of these in the supermarket 3 years ago or anything like that. Also, I don't remember having any of them ever as a child. But then I kind of have a memory of like once trying them as a child from our garden or something like that. So I'm kind of torn on them. I don't know if they have always been around or if they just recently came up. And like my memories are failing me there as well. So either way, what? Like, I would be equally confused if you told me, oh, they have been around forever, we have them in our garden, as I would be if you told me, oh, no, they are a new thing, they have been added to supermarkets a year ago. I think like my old flatmate once let me try one of them. Oh, no, wait, that was a different thing, but I don't know what that's called. Yeah, but like there was one thing that an old flatmate of mine once bought, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And like they let me try some. And then I think I realized like that might be a thing that my grandma is growing as well. But I don't know. It's I might have just, you know, it might have been around, but I've just ignored it to the extent that I at some point realized, oh wait, that exists. And so now I'm like not sure if it has always existed and I just ignored it, or if it's new. Not seeing those anywhere. Where are they? Wait, where are they native? There is from ancient. Okay, it has an ancient Greek name. That means it might be European, or they just gave it an ancient Greek name, which are native to the Americas and Australasia, so everywhere except Europe and Africa. At least 46 species are endemic to Mexico. Okay. So they're not from around here, I guess, at least. At least it's not like a native thing that I didn't know. Also, while we're on the topic of fruits, like once I moved out, I was shocked how much berries are. Because if you go to a supermarket, like bananas and apples, you know, that's the staples. They are kind of reasonably priced. If you want to buy like blueberries or something, you get like a tiny tin of them for $3. And when I say you get a tiny tin of them for $3, I mean you see them in the supermarket for $3 and think, absolutely the fuck not, and move on with your life. But like, as a child, you know, berries were just like there. You just got them. So you kind of assume that they're on the same level as like apples and bananas, almost. Like not quite, because those two are the goat. But like you expect them to be like on a level with like pears. Pears. Yeah, the thing that. Okay, I wanted to say the thing that in a proverb you are not supposed to compare with apples, but then I realized the English proverb is don't compare apples to oranges, and just the German one is Apfel mit Birnen, so like apples with pears. That's weird. Why the fuck is the English proverb comparing apples with oranges? Oranges are not native to Europe. Well, no, never mind. Oranges are native to Europe, but not to Northern Europe. Not to the UK. I think. Like, wait, am I thinking wrong? Am I thinking of like lemons? But like, I'm pretty sure that oranges are like native to like Southern Europe. Oranges are completely different to apples. Yeah. In that sense, it makes sense. And like apples and pears are somewhat similar. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's I'm now confused about both of the ways you could say the same thing, the German one and the English one. Because the German one doesn't make sense because they're like, of all the things you could compare apples to, pears are probably the best one because they're the closest. I feel like there's nothing closer to an apple than a pear. The English one makes more sense in that case. But the English one, why orange? Why oranges? Oranges are not native to the UK. When did oranges come to the UK. Late 13th century. Oh, that's way earlier than expected. The earliest documented shipment was in 1289 from a Spanish ship. Orange fruit. Originated in southern China, northeast India, and Myanmar. So also not Europe. Okay, so I guess the saying is just way younger than I expected. What was I fiddling around with this? Or like, no, the saying isn't necessarily way younger than I expected. Oranges just came to the UK way earlier than expected. I would have, like, out of the blue, I would have said, like, around the time when pineapples were fucking expensive for some reason. Like in the 17-somethings. Maybe a little earlier, but like not that much. Not like 500-year difference. Also, wait, I'm thinking of tomatoes. Tomatoes were like from the Americas, so like, how the fuck did people before the Americas were discovered in Europe, how did they live? Because I feel like tomatoes are in everything. Well, not everything, but like, you know, pizza, tomatoes. And like, I guess pizza sauce, the original one probably was like not tomatoes. I don't know. But like spaghetti, tomatoes. Like most spaghetti. Okay, not all spaghetti sauce, but like, you get the point. Everything I make, tomatoes. Chili con carne, tomatoes. I'm running out of things. I'm running out of dishes. Yeah, but like, it feels like tomatoes are in a lot of things. So how the fuck did people live before that? When tomatoes to Europe. 16th century, yeah. So like, you know, from the Americas. When were potatoes? Were they from Europe? 1570s. Following their discovery in Southern America. Okay. South America. Damn. How the fuck did people live? You couldn't have chips with ketchup because neither chips nor ketchup were in Europe. You didn't have potatoes and you didn't have tomatoes. How the fuck did people pre-1600 live? I guess the answer is they didn't. They just died relatively early. And I guess bread every second day. But holy shit. That would not be a good time for me. Now I've got an avocado here that I wanted to eat for dinner today. But it might be off date by now. Like, it might be off by now because I bought it like 5. I bought like a net of like 5 or so avocados because it was reduced to like less than €1. And at that point, you have to buy it. It's like your legal obligation. If 5 avocados are less than €1, which is usually like €1 is usually the price for one avocado if you buy the expensive ones. If you get 5 of them for €1, or like, I think it was even like 60 cents or something, you just have to buy them. And so I had like avocado toast for dinner for the last 3 days or something. But by now, there's only one of them left. And I fear, because yesterday I didn't have avocado toast, so it was 2 days since eating an avocado that was perfectly ripe. And avocados are known for being perfectly ripe for like roughly 1.5 minutes before being off. So I fear that that one might be off. But what all of that monologue was leading up to is I now really want to eat chips with ketchup. But I, you know, considering there's an avocado right there, I will eat that if it's still good. If it's not good, chips. Straight into the air fryer. I'm looking forward to that now. And if you're thinking, what are you eating with the chips? Nothing. Some sauce. I can genuinely, I feel like if I had to pick one food to eat for like as long, like if there was like one of those like hypotheticals, could you for like 1 million euros, could you eat only one single food for a month? Something like that. Or like every day you can eat only one single meal. You get 30k. That would come out to the same amount of money. How many days could you last? I feel like I feel like I could last quite a bit on chips. Assuming, you know, nutritional stuff. If we ignore nutritional stuff, if assuming like I get like pills to fix all of the stuff that I don't get from potatoes, or like from chips specifically, I could last a long time. Now you need to rent it out for display in several more weeks. Yeah. To be fair, it feels like avocados are the closest thing to the pineapples back then. But yeah, good point. I need to do that. Because I got a really good deal on the avocados, but nobody knows. I could just like parade it around. Haha, I bought an avocado. I was able to afford this thing for more than €1. Even though I didn't, I paid like 12 cents each. I really don't buy avocados often because they're ridiculously expensive. But like those avocados in the net, the thing that I bought is usually only like €3 or something for 5. So like it's not ridiculously expensive, especially considering that what I eat with it is like toast, which is virtually free. Well, not virtually free, but like, you know, one loaf of toast is like €1. And like hot sauce and salt and pepper also virtually free. So like in the grand scheme of things, that's like still very cheap. But like you know, the expensive avocados, if you buy them like one a piece, that's ridiculous. I mean, of course, like they have to be transported like quite a far thing, so like that's fair enough. But like still, that said, at some point, like every time I come and visit my mom, when she buys food for me to eat, she always buys avocados because she knows that I like avocados, and like, you know, amazing, love it. The thing is, at some point, she took like the pit of an avocado I ate and like, you know, put it into dirt, or like, you know, she looked up how to grow them, and like, you know, did the thing where you put it into water first, and then like once it's grown a little bit, she put it into dirt and stuff. And so like by now we've got like an avocado plant like this tall or something. And I've recently been thinking about that. So what's the plan? Because she does not eat avocados. Well, maybe she does if it's like part of a like dish that she gets somewhere or something. I don't think she's like against avocados, but like when she buys avocados, she buys them for me. I'm not sure if she's ever tried. Probably has, or like maybe has, but like I'm not entirely sure. So like, what's the long-term plan? Because like, growing avocados in Austria is probably ambitious because it's like not the right climate. But like, what's the absolute best case? Like, let's assume everything goes well and we have an avocado tree that actually throws off avocados. You'll have like hundreds of avocados, I assume. I don't know how many you get off of a tree, but like assume hundreds that go off within a couple of days, and the only person eating them is me, and like I'm, you know, I'm not there most of the time. What's the plan? I gotta ask her at some point. So like, did you think this through, or did you just go avocado seed, dirt? Really, I really should ask what the plan there is. Because she will just, in the absolute best case, everything goes according to plan. She will end up with a tree that has hundreds of fruits that nobody she knows eats. What's the plan? I guess sell them and tank the local avocado economy that is barely existent. I don't know. I gotta ask her at some point if she like ever thought that through. Because like I don't think avocados are being grown anywhere in Austria. And the reason for that is probably that it's too cold around here and that they have like winters and stuff. Because like I think avocados are from like Central America-ish. Where are those from? South Central Mexico and Central America. Yes, I was bang on. Nice. Are avocados grown in Austria? Avocados are not commercially grown in Austria. Austrian climate lacks the consistently warm, frost-free, and high sunshine conditions required by the trees. Okay, some seem to be grown in Spain and Italy. Fair enough. But like most of them are like imported from far away. Yeah, I mean, the most likely scenario of what happens with that is she takes the avocado from the like biggest pot that's standing in the living room. She puts the tree outside, and the tree is like, fuck no, and dies. Or like at the latest in winter, it's like, fuck no, and dies. I feel like that's the most likely scenario there. And the second most likely scenario is, well, not the second most likely scenario, but like the other scenario in the opposite direction is she ends up with a biggest tree with tons of fruit on it that nobody gives a fuck about. And then she just has, oh god, no, then it's getting worse, because then like the avocado fruit is just lying on the ground, and then the seeds bury themselves into the ground, and then like hundreds of avocado trees start growing. And then she has hundreds of trees with hundreds of avocados on them. And then she has 10,000 avocados that nobody cares about. Oh god. It's gonna destroy the entire town. It's gonna be overrun with avocados. No. No. Oh god, what has she done? I need to warn her. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the avocados won't do that, because if you want to plant an avocado, you have to like do the thing into a water. You put the pit. I don't understand the logistics of that. I think you need to somehow like put a toothpick and like somehow stab it through the avocado pit, which is a solid core thingy. I don't understand how that works, but I guess. And like you do that, and then you put that on like a glass of water so that it's like on there, but like not swimming in there. And I don't understand. I didn't do it. And I just saw it stand around the kitchen for a few days. So I assume an avocado falling from a tree just won't produce a tree. You need to go to sleep, so thank you for early. Bye. Well, thank you very much for stopping by as always. And yeah, have a good night. Yeah, I won't do too much longer either. Oh god, it's already 11. How time flies when you're busy talking about the fuck whatever the fuck. Tons of things that I am not sure how we connected them. Yeah. Can avocados just grow from falling off the tree? Wasn't it a thing that like originally avocados were like, kind of co-evolved with like massive sloths, and like those were just like, munch full in stuff entire avocado into face kind of thing. So like the avocados were like the diet for the giant sloth, and then the giant sloth died out, so the avocado was just there and like had no purpose until like humans came around and were like, oh, actually that's kind of sick. Wasn't that the kind of history? So, two things. First of all, I think what I heard is like that originally like the avocado trees like relied on, you know, going through the slough in order to like become a tree. And so when that died out, what caused avocado trees between sloughs and humans? Or did like the giant sloughs and like human consumption of avocados coincide? I might be thinking of different fruit, but I think it was avocados. Avocados, giant slough connection. Popular story is slough kept avocado trees from going extinct by eating large fruits whole and spreading the seeds through the lung. However, recent paleontological evidence suggests this connection is largely a myth. Damn it! Okay, quoting SciShow from YouTube, so that's somewhat plausible. Okay, so I guess it was a myth. Never mind. Then like Google AI continues saying, it's kind of like the true story and the scientific debate breaks down as follows. Scientific reality, paleontologists have debunked this as an origin story. These show no evidence of giant ground sloughs ate avocados. The giants primarily consisted of grasses and leaves. Okay, fair enough. Actual sea spreads, that is, ancient avocado pits were smaller than modern ones. What the fuck? The giant avocados we enjoy today were actually cultivated and selectively bred by ancient Mesoamericans. Why would they selectively breed bigger pits? I thought we would go the other way around, as we usually do with any fruit. Like, whenever we go and like get any wild fruit and we wanna like make it and we wanna eat it and stuff, we usually go the other way around. We usually take something that is like 90% seeds and we selectively breed it down to like barely being any seeds. Like, look at a fucking like wild banana. Like, look at this shit. How the fuck did anybody figure out that we could eat that? It's all seeds. That's okay. That's generally something that I sometimes wonder about. Like, how did people figure out that this is food? Who was looking at a wild banana that's like almost all seeds and was like, okay, I'm eating that? I mean, I guess the alternatives were like, you know, meat, because that stuff was running around, but like that's, you know, you had to kill something for it, so that's a lot of work. And well, you didn't have the alternative to like go and grab a modern apple that's like mostly useful stuff. Your option was like other stuff that's almost entirely seeds. Okay. I kind of just figured it out, I think. But then again, how did they figure out? No, okay, I think I figured it out. I think that's just a solution. That there was no alternative, really. I think that's just a solution to the question that I just asked. That might be it. Am I happy with that, or am I more unhappy now? I don't know. I don't know. But I think I will call it a day here. And Okay, it might be a little late to raid into them. I've seen someone doing a 12-hour stream, but they are at like 11 hours 50. But I'll send you there anyways, because it's a charity stream, so might as well. Alright. Anyways, thank you very much for watching, as always. If you don't follow already, then make sure to hit that follow button. Otherwise, just click all of the other buttons below the stream. I have a Discord for other notification, and Instagram for shitposts, YouTube for long form and short form videos, even though the last long form video is a bit ago. I should probably get to do something like that. I don't even know what I would make long form videos about. I don't know. Anyways, thank you very much for watching. The next stream will be Monday, 5 p.m. Central European Time, I think. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in the way of that. So Monday, 5 p.m. Central European Time, which is in 18 hours, actually. So yeah, see you very, very soon. I will start the raid. You are unable to raid at this time. What the fuck? Huh? Hold up. What went wrong there? Is that not working? Okay, it's not working. Never mind. Then I'm not raiding you over there. I will just recommend the stream by pasting that thing in here. Anyways, so make sure you click all of the buttons. I will then just like not raid anywhere, and I will see you in very soon, 18 hours. It's probably gonna be 19. I'm always late. But if you join the Discord, you will see how much late I think I will be, and then I will be late on top of that. Anyways, thank you very much for watching. Have a good night, and as always, tab out. Good night.